Chapter 358. That's right, we're robbers. This little girl isn't bad. However, we're robbing you today, not your body. Hand over your qiankun bags and we'll let you go. The monkey-faced man looked at Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoqing as he licked his lips. When he saw Du Xiaoqing, his eyes were filled with shock and amazement. However, it was rare that he would rob them instead of their body. Big brother, what's robbing? It looks so fun. Du Xiaoqing became more and more excited. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. Then, he looked at the leading man and said, robbing me instead of my body. You're quite particular. How about this, I won't make things difficult for you. Scram as far as you can. Don't let me see you again. Yo, brat, you're still wet behind the ears. You're quite blunt with your words. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. San Er, Si Xiong, the two of you teach them a lesson. However, don't hurt that delicate little girl. I can't bear to hurt her when I look at her. When she's older, she'll grow up. The leading man said. His mocking gaze fell on Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoqing. He did not place the two youths in his eyes at all. Yes, sect leader. The two men immediately leapt out when they heard this. They also looked at Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoqing with mocking gazes. Then, the profound energy within their bodies surged. They immediately pounced towards Du Xiaofu. Chi. However, before the two men could pounce, a purple-robed figure suddenly appeared in front of them like a ghost. The pupils of the two men immediately contracted. They seemed to want to say something. However, before they could spit out the words from their mouths, a huge force directly landed on their chests. Bang bang. A muffled sound rang out. The two men's figures were directly sent flying. In the end, they collided with a towering tree not far away. Poochie. The towering tree was directly shaken and cracked, and the two burly men also spat out blood from their mouths. Motherfucker, how can this little demon be so tyrannical? The leader of the monkey-cheeked group was shocked. His expression suddenly changed, and a bad feeling flashed through his mind. Just from the aura of the other party, he knew that the young man was much stronger than them. He immediately shouted, everyone, run. Run. You're only running now. Don't you think it's too slow? As the faint voice fell, Du Xiaofu's figure strangely appeared in front of the leader with a sharp mouth and ape-like cheeks. His eyes revealed a slight smile. Not good. The monkey-cheeked man thought to himself, not good. His body trembled, and then a vigorous Xian Qi burst out. Runes surged, and a fist that contained an astonishing amount of Xian Qi directly bombarded Du Xiaofu. The fist was covered in profound energy and was extremely powerful. Accompanied by a sharp wind, it caused the air to emit a low muffled sound. In an instant it was about to land on Du Xiaofu's body. Bam! As the fist landed, under the astonished gaze of the monkey-cheeked man, it actually landed on Du Xiaofu's chest. At this moment, the monkey-cheeked man was also puzzled. That brat didn't even dodge, could it be that he was just an empty shell? Just now, he had sent two of his subordinates flying, and it was just because of luck. In reality, this purple-robed youth was just an embroidered pillow. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, the monkey-cheeked man's face suddenly changed. Just as his fist landed on the other party's chest, he suddenly felt how terrifying it was. Ah! The burly man let out a blood-curdling scream. He felt a sharp pain in his fist, as if his fist was about to break. It was as if his fist had hit the hardest steel plate. The sharp pain spread from his fist to his head, and a terrifying rebounding force finally surged into his internal organs. Poochie, a large mouthful of dark red blood was spat out. The big man's fist landed, but he was continuously sent flying. He landed a few meters away, causing the ground to crack and blood to flow out of his mouth again. At this time, The big man realized how terrifying the purple-robed youth in front of him was. He was not someone he could compete with. "Can I ask you something?" Du Xiaofu squatted directly beside the monkey-cheeked man and asked him, neither too fast nor too slow. The dozen or so people who were about to escape froze on the spot when they saw that their helpers were taken hostage. They didn't dare to move. "Little." "No, sir, please ask. I will tell you everything I know." The big man immediately replied honestly, and his eyes were filled with shock and fear. "I just arrived in the dark forest. It is said that a weapon venerable's cave has appeared here. Can you tell me about the current situation here?" Du Xiaofu asked. "Sir, the weapon venerable's cave has not appeared for a long time, but it is said that there are many extraordinary spiritual weapons and talisman weapons left behind by the weapon venerable. There are also people who found many treasures. However, this is something that happened a while ago, and many people have already left." The monkey-cheeked man replied honestly, and he didn't hide anything. He said to Du Xiaofu, "No treasures can be found in the sealed land left behind by the weapon venerable. Now, many people have gathered here to rob. The deeper you go, the stronger the robbers are. There are also robbers everywhere. If you want to go, you have to be careful." "What's the situation in the Black Fiend sect?" Du Xiaofu continued asking. "Black Fiend sect?" The burly man immediately became interested and said, "Speaking of which, the Black Fiend sect is in a miserable state this time. Especially a few elders and young sect master Shui Yunming. They were all killed by a Tianwu Academy student called Du Xiaofu. They suffered heavy losses. It is said that the experts of the Black Fiend sect are searching for Du Xiaofu with all their might. However, there is news that Du Xiaofu has already been brought back to Tianwu Academy by the experts. The Black Fiend sect can only go crazy, and they don't dare to go to Tianwu Academy to seek revenge on Du Xiaofu. The Black Fiend sect is indeed not idle." Hearing this, Du Xiaofu wasn't too surprised. The Black Fiend sect was indeed searching for him. However, he was no longer the same as before, and there was nothing to worry about. Looking at the burly man on the ground who did not even dare to stand up, Du Xiaofu's gaze flickered as he said, "Seeing that you're quite honest, I'll only rob you of your wealth and not your life. Everyone, hand over your Qinkuan bags and leave. Otherwise, don't leave. Quick, hand over your Qinkuan bags." The burly man shouted and immediately took out his own Qinkuan bag and handed it to Du Xiaofu respectfully. "That's right." Du Xiaofu smiled as he took the Qinkuan bag from the burly man's hands and skillfully stuffed it into his robes. Seeing Du Xiaofu's skillful movements, the burly man realized that this time, they had encountered a senior who had robbed them. This purple-robed youth looked young, but based on his skillful movement of putting away the Qinkuan pouch, he was afraid that he had a long lifespan. Therefore, now that they had become the victims, everything was reversed. "Quick, hand over your Qinkuan bags." Du Xiaoqing shouted and copied Du Xiaofu's actions, taking away the Qinkuan bags from the dozen or so people around them. It was clearly a robbery, but there was a pure and innocent smile on Du Xiaoqing's enchanting face. When the robbers saw this, they wanted to cry, but no tears came out. They called her a little demon. This girl was definitely a little demon. "Run, run." After handing over the Qinkuan bags, the leader immediately ordered people to support the two heavily injured men and hurriedly left. They did not dare to stay any longer, wishing that their parents had given them an extra pair of legs. "Big brother, so robbing is actually so fun. Let's go rob some more, okay?" Du Xiaoqing excitedly handed over a large number of Qinkuan bags to Du Xiaofu. She raised her head and a great passion for robbing appeared in her ethereal eyes. "What have I taught you? Is this really okay?" Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. He really didn't mean to teach this little girl these things. Who would have thought that this little girl would be so interested in robbery? Moreover, she had a pure and innocent appearance. "Big brother, can you please I want to go rob. Seeing that Du Xiaofu did not reply, Du Xiaoqing pleaded. Her enchanting face looked even more pure and innocent, harmless to humans and animals. Okay, let's go rob. Du Xiaofu nodded. He was also extremely interested in robbing. However, he also made a few rules with Du Xiaoqing. She must listen to him and not rob recklessly. Du Xiaoqing was already very happy to be able to go rob. She immediately nodded her head in agreement. At this moment, no matter what Du Xiaofu said, she would not hesitate to agree. It was fine as long as she could go rob. Go rob, we're going to rob. We're going to rob everyone. Du Xiaoqing was extremely excited. She happily twirled in circles. Her wide purple robe swayed up and down, the curve was instantly graceful and alluring. Du Xiaofu could not help but sigh. This girl's development was really good. Swoosh swoosh, a moment later, the two figures left their original location and rushed into the boundless dark forest. Then, the entire dark forest suffered a calamity. Along the way, who knew how many people became the targets of the two people's robbery? Along the way, there were many small and large groups and factions that appeared in front of the two people. They wanted to rob the two of them. However, the end result could be imagined. Every single one of them was robbed clean. Those who were unlucky were directly slaughtered. However, the majority of people were only robbed of their belongings and did not lose their lives. Only those who were truly wicked and unpardonable were thoroughly killed. Not long after, the news of two fierce male and female bandits appearing in the dark forest quickly spread. The male and female bandits were young, but they were extremely arrogant. Everywhere they went, almost everyone was robbed clean. It was said that those who were encountered by the male and female bandits, regardless of their strength, were robbed clean. Double biting, sneak attacks, tricks, robbing. In short, the male and female bandits were unscrupulous. They only had one goal, which was to rob Qianquan bags. Chapter 359. It was said that many martial lord realm experts had been easily robbed by the male and female bandits. In order to protect their own faces, those martial lord realm experts did not dare to say anything even though they had been robbed. To those martial lord realm experts, if others were to find out that they, as martial lords, had been robbed, they would lose all face. In the entire dark forest, it was said that at least 1,000 people had been robbed by the male and female bandits. Countless people who had been robbed felt indignant. In the end, they formed a temporary alliance to capture the male and female bandits. They wanted to capture the male and female bandits and take back their Qianquan bags. According to the descriptions of those who had been robbed, the male and female bandits were both very young. The female was beautiful and pure, while the male had a broad sword on his back. He was dressed in a purple robe and had a sinister smile on his face. With one look, one could tell that he was not a good person. It was likely that the female bandits had been abducted from somewhere. In the end, there were people who were shocked to discover that the male was Tianwu Academy's Du Xiaofu. Especially among those who had been robbed, there were people who had seen Du Xiaofu in Dark City and Dark Forest. With their testimony, they were completely certain that the male was Du Xiaofu, the Du Xiaofu from Tianwu Academy. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's name became even more resounding. However, many people wanted to spurt out blood after hearing Du Xiaofu's name. This bandit had robbed them clean and only their pants hadn't been taken off. The blazing sun hung high in the sky. Within the dense forest, a terrifying wave of qi rippled out from the body of a skinny old man. The skinny old man looked to be in his 50s and was all skin and bones. His eyes were sunken deep into his eye sockets and there was a tinge of red in his pupils. His hands were wrapped in long sleeves and were so withered that they looked like ghost claws. Quick, run! Jump! A burly man in his 40s shouted loudly. His face was deathly pale, and there were already a dozen corpses beside him. All of them had been torn into pieces by the claws, and fresh blood dripped from them. It was a tragic sight. A young man in his 30s and a woman in her mid-20s stood behind the burly man. Their faces were pale, and their expressions were panicked. "Big brother, let's go together," the woman shouted in a delicate voice. She wore a tight long dress, and her figure was graceful. Her appearance was also extremely delicate and pretty. "Kiki, you won't be able to leave. None of you will be able to leave. Who asked you to meet me?" The skinny old man laughed coldly as he looked at the delicate woman. He licked his lips, and his eyes were filled with filth as he walked towards the three people. "Hurry up and retreat, or none of you will be able to escape," the burly man shouted with a serious look in his eyes. However, he could only grit his teeth and resist. His martial marquis cultivation exploded and his profound chi surged like a storm. Accompanied by runes, a palm print suddenly shot towards the skinny old man. Terrifying profound energy erupted, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. "You overestimate yourself," the skinny old man sneered. A pair of withered ghost claws were densely packed with mysterious runes. A claw print landed on the palm print of the burly man, causing the palm print to shatter into pieces and dissipate. "Kiki, you hindrance, I'll kill you first." The skinny old man glanced at the burly man. His gaze was cold as he stomped his foot on the ground. His figure was like an afterimage as he appeared in front of the burly man like a ghost. The two of them were not on the same level at all. The skinny old man waved his hand and sent out a claw print. The mysterious runes on the talisman surged and landed directly. The burly man's eyes were filled with horror as he quickly retreated. However, it was as if space had been sealed for no reason, making it difficult for him to dodge. Roar! In a panic, the burly man condensed his meridian spirit infused with it. A phantom of a ferocious beast covered in dense scales and a pair of wings appeared. Chi-la-la, the claw print swept down and the phantom of the ferocious beast was directly torn apart, turning into dazzling broken runes. Accompanied by the collapse of the terrifying energy, several claw cracks spread on the ground and collapsed. The surrounding towering trees were directly shattered and collapsed. The burly man's body was blasted backward as dark red blood spurted out of his mouth. His meridian spirit was torn apart. Although he escaped the disaster, he was also severely injured. "Big brother." The woman and the young man's faces changed as they rushed to the burly man's side. The young man's back was facing the woman and the burly man. He looked vigilantly at the skinny old man who continued to walk forward step by step. However, there was obvious shock and fear in his eyes. After hiding for so long, this old man did not dare to appear even when the weapon-revered cave mansion appeared. "Humph, today I'll take this woman as an appetizer," the skinny old man sneered. His face was filled with malice as he walked toward the three people step by step. Suddenly, the skinny old man stopped in his tracks and raised his head to look ahead. Just as the skinny old man's gaze fluctuated, he saw a man and a woman slowly walking out of the dense forest in front of him. The woman looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. She was bouncing as she walked. Her face was beautiful and her eyes were clear and ethereal. The skinny old man's gaze trembled as he looked at her. The man looked to be a young man. He carried a broad sword wrapped in purple cloth on his back. His face was resolute and his body was thin. However, he looked extremely sturdy and tall. "Big brother, someone is robbing us again." The young woman walked closer step by step. Her eyes were filled with excitement. "This time, it's not just a simple robbery." The young man walked closer and appeared in front of the three people. He looked at the skinny old man in front of him. There was a faint chill in his clear eyes. This man and woman were Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoqing, who had robbed the heroes in the dark forest. The name of the male and female bandit was now well known in the dark forest. "Kid, it's you." When the skinny old man stared at Du Xiaofu, his shriveled and deep blood-red eyes shrunk. He recognized Du Xiaofu. He still remembered that Du Xiaofu was taken away by Grandma Silver Flower back then. "That's right, it's me," Du Xiaofu coldly said as a smile surfaced on his face. Originally, he thought that he could only bring the mysterious spirit Heavenly Vine back to Tianwu Academy. However, he did not expect to encounter Ghost Claw on the way back. Du Xiaofu remembered the condition of the elders. Not only did he have to bring the profound spirit Heaven Vine back, he also had to bring Ghost Claw back. Only then would he be able to write off the debt. "Just the two of you?" Ghost Claw scanned the surroundings with his consciousness. He wanted to see if there were any other experts from Tianwu Academy. "There's no need to look. It's just the two of us." Du Xiaofu looked at Ghost Claw. His face gradually darkened and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. "Ghost Claw, it's time to settle the debt between you and Tianwu Academy." From the start, Du Xiaofu didn't care much about Tianwu Academy. Perhaps it was because he wanted to find the traces of his alcoholic father that he decided to enter Tianwu Academy. In fact, Du Xiaofu had caused a lot of trouble in Tianwu Academy. However, as time passed, Tianwu Academy's weight in Du Xiaofu's heart grew heavier. In Tianwu Academy, there were Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, Sun Ji, Li Yuxiao, Guo Xiaofeng, Ghost Child, General, Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei, Baiming Feng, and the others. Each and every one of them left a mark in his heart. Fireblade Baiming Feng's death made Du Xiaofu remember the Dark Nether sect. Now that he saw Ghost Claw, his heart turned cold. "Kiki, brat, you think you can do it?" Ghost Claw sneered. During this period of time, he had been hiding in the dark forest. Back then, the Dark Nether sect's member was killed by Grandma Silver Flower. Since he was a member of the Dark Forest, Grandma Silver Flower wouldn't care about the matters in the Dark Forest. Therefore, she didn't kill him. Fortunately, he escaped quickly. Otherwise, the people from the two sects wouldn't have let him off. As for Ghost Claw, he didn't dare to go to the Dark Nether sect. All the experts from the Dark Nether sect had died in the Dark Forest. However, he was still alive. If he went to the Dark Nether sect, he would suffer the same fate. Therefore, Ghost Claw had been hiding in the Dark Forest. He didn't even dare to go to the revered weapons cave abode. He was afraid of meeting the experts from the two sections. At that time, he would suffer a miserable fate. "I'm enough. You killed the Tianwu Academy's elder, stole the profound spirit Heavenly Vine, and killed the students of Tianwu Academy. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. You must pay the price," Du Xiaofu said with a cold glint in his eyes. Back then, he had asked him to deal with Ghost Claw for the points on the bounty board. Now that he was facing Ghost Claw, it had nothing to do with the points. Unknowingly, Du Xiaofu treated himself as a member of Tianwu Academy. Since Ghost Claw dared to touch Tianwu Academy, he had to pay the price with blood. "Profound Spirit Heavenly Vine. How dare you mention the Profound Spirit Heavenly Vine to me?" Ghost Claw snorted. Just the mention of the Profound Spirit Heavenly Vine was enough to drive him crazy. After he auctioned the Profound Spirit Heavenly Vine, he received a magnetite card from the Mu clan fort. That was a shocking amount of wealth. However, when Ghost Claw took the magnetite card to exchange for the magnetite card, he realized that the card was empty. There wasn't a single magnetite in it. At that moment, Ghost Claw finally understood. He thought that he was the biggest winner after scheming against Tianwu Academy and toying with countless people. Later on, Ghost Claw realized that the Mu clan fort was the biggest winner. Mu Mingqing was the biggest winner. Tens of millions of magnetite stones had been swallowed by the Mu clan fort. He did not even have a place to reason with them, nor could he find anyone to reason with. Even if he told others about it, no one would believe him. It was his fault for trusting Mu Mingqing too much back then. Chapter 360 This was the law of the jungle in the dark forest, where strength reigned supreme. Since he wasn't as strong as Mu Mingqing, he could only swallow his pride. Brat, the profound spirit heavenly vine is still in your hands, right? Suddenly, Ghostly Claw stared at Du Xiaofu. The profound spirit heavenly vine should still be with this brat. Recovering it after losing it wasn't bad at all. Ghostly Claw stared at Du Xiaofu before turning to Du Xiaoqing, who was standing beside Du Xiaofu. Ghostly Claw sneered as his lips curled into a sinister arc, looks like my luck is pretty good. Not only did you deliver yourself to my doorstep, you even brought such an extraordinary lass with you. I never expected the lasses of Tianwu Academy to be so extraordinary. You'll be in a miserable state. Du Xiaofu's expression turned increasingly sinister. Profound energy surged as a faint golden glow surrounded his body. As he sensed the aura on Du Xiaofu's body, a sinister chill gradually emerged in Ghost Claw's eyes. With a sneer, a sinister aura spread out from his body. Under the sinister aura that surged out from Ghost Claw's body, it caused the profound energy in the bodies of the burly man, the young man and the woman behind Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoqing to stagnate. When the three of them saw that the two youths actually had the courage to resist Ghostly Claw, they retreated in astonishment with grave expressions. Brat, you're courting death. As soon as he said those words, a sinister smile crept onto Ghost Claw's skinny face. It was just two brats, and there were no other experts from Tianwu Academy around. What did he have to fear? Stomping his foot on the ground, he dashed towards Du Xiaofu. The talisman inscriptions on his claw moved, threatening to tear space apart. Chi! Ghost Claw's figure turned into an afterimage. Just like a ghost, he appeared in front of Du Xiaofu in the blink of an eye. A dark and cold claw that could tear apart space instantly enveloped Du Xiaofu. Looking at the sinister claw that was crushing towards him, Du Xiaofu's eyes, which were flickering with a faint golden glow, narrowed. Suddenly, the golden runes in his eyes surged and two rays of golden light shot out from his eyes. Humph! Du Xiaoqing couldn't help but want to make a move. She couldn't bear to see someone bully her brother. Xiaoqing, this is a matter of Tianwu Academy. I have to deal with it personally. As his voice sounded, Du Xiaofu's figure did not move. However, a terrifying and overbearing aura suddenly spread out. It was as if a peerless ferocious beast had suddenly awakened. A dazzling golden light erupted from his entire body, causing the surroundings to tremble. His aura was fierce and ferocious, revealing a suppressive and murderous aura. Humph! Du Xiaofu coldly snorted. Facing Ghost Claw's claw imprint, he shook his arm and swung out a fist wrapped in golden profound chi. It directly and fiercely collided with Ghost Claw's claw imprint. Boom! The collision caused a sonic boom to resound through the sky. Terrifying energy, accompanied by runes, shattered the ground and uprooted many towering trees. The thunderous boom resounded in the dark forest and attracted the attention of countless people. Following which, a large number of figures soared into the sky. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was facing Ghostly Claw head-on. Even though his cultivation couldn't be compared to Ghostly Claw's, his powerful physical body and outstanding strength gave him the qualifications to face Ghostly Claw head-on. Thus, Du Xiaofu wished to deal with Ghostly Claw personally. It would be better for him to settle the score with Tianwu Academy personally. As the energy force spread out, Ghost Claw's figure retreated slightly. His blood-red eyes were filled with shock, as if he had never imagined that the brat in front of him would actually have the strength to directly contend against him. In fact, he was unable to gain the slightest bit of advantage. He's even stronger than the general, Gu Xinyan, and Ghost Child. Ghostly Claw was astonished. Judging from their exchange, the brat before him was definitely stronger than the general, Gu Xinyan, and Ghost Child. Didn't the general, Gu Xinyan, and the others rank at the top of Tianwu Academy's martial ranking? Despite his young age, this brat seemed to be even stronger than the general and the others. Where in the world did he come from? Stormy Waves Palm. Du Xiaofu moved swiftly and took the initiative to attack. A palm imprint swept across Ghostly Claw, bringing with it a shockwave that enveloped him. Ghostly Claw's expression changed as he countered with a palm imprint. The two of them clashed once more. TSSSSS. Energy erupted as the two palm imprints collided, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Both of them staggered several steps back. The youth from Tianwu Academy is so powerful. Are all the students of Tianwu Academy this powerful? The three retreating fellows were shocked. They didn't expect that the purple-robed youth would be able to contend against Ghostly Claw. How powerful was he to possess such strength at such a young age? This brat is so powerful. In the future, he will definitely become a terrifying existence. Ghostly Claw steadied himself as his heart trembled. Du Xiaofu was too terrifying. He was already so powerful at such a young age. It wouldn't be long before he would be helpless against Du Xiaofu. If he didn't kill this brat today, he would be the one suffering in the future. With such thoughts in mind, killing intent surged out from Ghostly Claw's heart. A cold glint shot out from his eyes as the profound chi runes in his body surged out, causing the surrounding space to distort. Kill! A powerful chilling aura spread out. Ghostly Claw immediately urged the Baron to launch a series of fierce attacks at Du Xiaofu. His killing intent soared to the heavens as he wanted to kill Du Xiaofu. Oscillating Fist. Sky-shaking Wings. Facing Ghostly Claw's fierce attacks, Du Xiaofu didn't retreat in the slightest. Instead, their attacks collided. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's powerful physical body was the best thing he could rely on to contend against Ghostly Claw. Even in terms of speed, Du Xiaofu wasn't at a disadvantage. There was no doubt about the speed of a golden-winged great rock. With the assistance of the wave-treading unfettered steps, his speed was like adding wings to a tiger. It could be said that just in terms of speed, Du Xiaofu could kill anyone in the same cultivation realm as him. Bang! 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 Muffled sounds rang out continuously as the two figures flickered. Every time they collided, there would be a muffled explosion. Runes filled the sky as waves of berserk energy spread out. The chilling aura of Ghostly Claw was supposed to affect the opponent's mind and soul, causing them to feel uncomfortable. However, the chilling aura of Ghostly Claw was completely ineffective against Du Xiaofu. Under the domineering aura of Du Xiaofu, the chilling aura was easily destroyed. That seems to be Ghostly Claw. That young man is Tianwu Academy's Du Xiaofu. That's the guy. Du Xiaofu and Ghostly Claw are fighting. I didn't expect Du Xiaofu to be so powerful. Following the intense battle between the two, the surrounding mountain range immediately attracted many spectators. Looking at the two fighting intensely, there were people who immediately recognized them. Bang! 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 The muffled sounds of energy colliding continued. Du Xiaofu seemed to be getting more and more courageous as the battle progressed. Although Du Xiaofu had yet to gain the upper hand in this intense battle, Du Xiaofu was able to integrate the mysterious move that he had recently comprehended into his every move, causing his attacks to become more and more powerful. At this moment, Du Xiaofu felt extremely satisfied as he fought against a martial lord who was in the Nirvana realm. His entire body felt more and more comfortable, but the purple-gold heavenly tower on his back was a little too heavy. However, Ghostly Claw, who was the opposite of Du Xiaofu, was completely different from what Du Xiaofu had expected. As a person who had been famous for a long time, he was well known in the Dark Forest. However, he couldn't even take down a student from Tianwu Academy. As more and more spectators gathered, he felt extremely embarrassed. Sensing that Du Xiaofu was getting more and more courageous and powerful as the battle progressed, it was as though he would never be exhausted. This made Ghostly Claw feel even more uneasy as the battle progressed. Brat, I'm not going to play with you anymore. I'll show you the true strength of a martial lord who is in the Nirvana realm. Ghostly Claw coldly snorted as his shriveled face turned even colder. Boundless profound chi surged and the aura of a martial lord who was in the Nirvana realm surged without any reservation. Runes surged around his body as he channeled the energy of heaven and earth. With a wave of his hand, his 5 fingers curled slightly and finally gathered into a pitch-black rune claw. This pitch-black claw was terrifying and caused one to feel a chill in their hearts. 5 cracks appeared in the surrounding air as the claw tore towards Du Xiaofu. Swish! Swish! As the claw pressed down, even the light in the surrounding space seemed to be devoured. The surrounding space suddenly turned dark as waves of energy from heaven and earth connected to the terrifying claw. Die! Ghost Claw In Chi shouted loudly. Everywhere the claw print passed, the air silently collapsed while a large expanse of space was forcefully warped. Suddenly, the claw print was like a wisp of black lightning that was extremely cold and gloomy as it grabbed towards Du Xiaofu's head. The attack of a martial lord who was in the Nirvana realm was absolutely terrifying. Roar! Du Xiaofu's gaze was like a golden beam of light. Chilliness surged as he condensed his hand seals. Suddenly, a loud roar sounded like a dragon roaring in the 9 heavens and a divine elephant trumpeting, causing the surrounding space to rumble. In the domineering and surging aura, Du Xiaofu's purple robe fluttered. Then, a palm print with a Sanskrit sound of wind and thunder heavily bombarded on Ghostly Claw's claw. Boom! Suddenly, a thunder-like explosion resounded in the space. Turbulent energy ripples spread out, causing the surrounding space to tremble rapidly. A chilling aura shot out, causing one's hair to stand on end. The domineering golden aura spread out, causing one to tremble in fear. Thump! Thump! Ghostly Claw's body staggered backward. His sunken eyes were filled with shock. He had never thought that his all-out attack could be directly blocked by Du Xiaofu. That kid was too abnormally strong. In the terrifying energy wind, Du Xiaofu staggered and took 3 steps back. When he stabilized his body at the last step, Du Xiaofu's face was pale and some blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Using a mysterious move to block Ghostly Claw's all-out attack was no small matter. The gap between a martial lord who was in the Nirvana realm and a pulse spirit realm was too big. Swish! But in just a short moment, Ghostly Claw's figure once again appeared in front of Du Xiaofu like a ghost. Taking advantage of the moment when Du Xiaofu's body retreated, a claw shot out like lightning. It was wrapped in mysterious runes and a chilling aura came in an instant. Everything happened in a flash. At this time, no matter how fast Du Xiaofu was, it was already difficult for him to dodge. Seeing this, Ghostly Claw laughed arrogantly and said with killing intent, "Kid, you are still too inexperienced after all. Now, die." Last night at around 2 o'clock in the morning, after 8, I was really too tired. I wanted to sit on the sofa to rest, but unfortunately, I couldn't take it and fell asleep. When I woke up, it was already 8 o'clock in the morning. My apologies to everyone. These 2 chapters are from yesterday. Xiao Yu will continue to write for today's update. Chapter 361. Just as that sinister claw descended, a faint smile slowly appeared on Du Xiaofu's face. His body abruptly dodged slightly, allowing that claw to land directly on his shoulder. Rip, the sinister claw tore through the profound chi defense on Du Xiaofu's shoulder, landing with unparalleled ferocity on Du Xiaofu's shoulder. After drawing out a few streaks of blood, it was unable to advance any further. "My life, you can't take it." A chilling voice suddenly rang out. In that split second, just as Ghost Claw's claw landed on Du Xiaofu's shoulder, Du Xiaofu's palm also immediately seized Ghost Claw's wrist. Boom! On Du Xiaofu's palm, golden talisman engravings erupted, the energy within his palm distorting the space, a domineering and fierce aura erupting like a volcano. In that instant, a domineering and fierce energy enveloped the claw in Ghost Claw's hand, the golden talisman engravings directly corroding the talisman engravings on Ghost Claw's claw. The two forces collided, and the talisman engravings on Ghost Claw's claw were almost completely destroyed. Kacha kacha. Within the golden light, an incomparably terrifying and tyrannical power gushed out. Immediately after, the shriveled hand of the ghost claw was directly grabbed by Du Xiaofu and twisted into a 360-degree angle. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Break! A cold smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's face, and he suddenly pulled hard. Under Ghost Claw's shocked gaze, his right arm was forcefully torn off by Du Xiaofu's unparalleled brute force. Ah! A miserable wail came out of Ghost Claw's mouth, fear surging out of his sunken eyes. His body was continuously shaken backwards, blood spurting wildly from his mouth, and even more so from his broken arm. "Brat, I won't let you off!" Ghost Claw shouted loudly. His body was pushed back and at the same time, his eyes were filled with fear and hatred. He communicated with his martial vein and a pitch-black shadow of a demonic beast covered his body. The demonic beast seemed like a wolf yet wasn't a wolf. It seemed like a leopard yet wasn't a leopard. Dazzling black-colored runes surged explosively, and its aura was cold and terrifying. It caused a large expanse of space to instantly fluctuate violently. Its might was shocking, and a cold aura furiously swept through this expanse of space. Roar! The demonic beast phantom roared and pounced towards Du Xiaofu, waving its claws in an attempt to suppress and kill Du Xiaofu. Meridian Spirit Fusion. Du Xiaofu murmured. The golden light in his eyes spread, and the runes around his body suddenly moved at the same time. Behind him, the phantom of a five-fingered mountain spread out. Dense spiritual energy spread out in an instant. It communicated with the energy of heaven and earth, and a terrifying power spread out. The illusory image of the five-finger mountain grew and evolved behind Du Xiaofu, as if it had been given life. At this moment, many spectators in the distance found it difficult to breathe as they watched from afar. The profound energy in their bodies stagnated, and their bodies could not help but tremble violently. Suppress! Just as the demonic beast's illusory figure was about to appear in front of Du Xiaofu, the illusory figure of the five-finger mountain behind Du Xiaofu seemed to have materialized and crushed it. The illusory figure seemed to have descended from the sky, its pressure surging, and its aura reaching a long rainbow. Roar! When the phantom of the Ghost Claw Meridian Spirit Demon Beast Phantom fell, it seemed to feel an unknown fear, and its eyes began to tremble. Rumble! The talisman runes of the five-finger mountain soared into the sky, faintly accompanied by the sound of thunder. Like a meteorite falling, it directly crushed the phantom of the demonic beast and shattered it. That momentum was unparalleled, and the pressure was surging. It was as if it could crush all things and suppress all life on earth. Puchi! The phantom of the Meridian Spirit was destroyed, and Ghost Claw once again spat out blood. His eyes were filled with fear, and as his pupils contracted, a golden light spread out from his eyes and landed on his remaining arm like lightning. Kacha! The crisp sound of broken bones came out, and the remaining arm of Ghost Claw was directly torn off by Du Xiaofu, and blood poured out in the air. Ah! Ghost Claw cried out in pain, and his face contorted in pain. His eyes were filled with fear, and as his body was pushed back, he used the momentum to quickly retreat, not daring to stay any longer. Trying to escape now? It's too late. A cold shout resounded as Du Xiaofu's figure appeared like a ghost. He was like a human-shaped ping spreading its wings. His black hair was scattered, and his eyes were cold. A fist wrapped in golden profound energy directly smashed into the chest of Ghost Claw, who was already heavily injured to the point of being unable to retaliate. The impact caused Ghost Claw's body to fly backwards, and finally heavily fall to the ground. Puchi! Ghost Claw spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and his eyes were filled with disbelief and fear. Both of his arms had been torn off at the shoulders, and he couldn't even move. He struggled to stand up and escape. I'll take your claws and legs as interest for the debt of Tianwu Academy. Du Xiaofu's figure landed in front of Ghost Claw, and his aura was overbearing. His eyes were cold, and he stomped heavily on Ghost Claw's knees. Ka! Ghost Claw's kneecaps were shattered, and fresh blood spurted out. His broken legs were nearly sunk into the ground from Du Xiaofu's stomps. Ah! Ghost Claw screamed in pain. His bloody face was distorted beyond recognition, and his whole body was twitching in pain. With both of his arms and legs broken, Ghost Claw couldn't escape at all. His eyes were filled with hatred and despair. Perhaps not long ago, even if Ghost Claw was beaten to death, he would never have thought that he would end up in such a state. That Du Xiaofu's ferocity and cruelty far exceeded his imagination. Goo! More and more spectators gathered, and when they saw Ghost Claw's miserable state, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, and their hair stood on end. That purple-robed young man was so vicious, tyrannical, and domineering. Tianwu Academy's Du Xiaofu is too terrifying. Don't provoke that Du Xiaofu, or else it'll be a tragic sight. The spectators stared at one another in astonishment. The fate of Ghost Claw lying on the ground was enough to intimidate everyone. How many of them wouldn't be afraid of that viciousness and cruelty? Thank you for your help. The burly man who was injured by Ghost Claw stepped forward and expressed his gratitude to Du Xiaofu. This is a robbery. Don't move. Hand over your Qiankuan pouches. Du Xiaoqing bellowed. She glared at the burly man, the young man beside him, and the lady beside him. Her innocent gaze was filled with seriousness. Du Xiaofu is here. It's the male and female bandits. Let's escape. The male and female bandits have started their robbery. Let's escape. Upon seeing the situation, the spectators scattered in all directions, not daring to stay any longer. The burly man and the other two were dumbfounded. At this moment, there was a figure standing in the air. No one seemed to be able to discover him. The figure was faintly discernible in the sky. He seemed to be in his 60s or 70s, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. His messy hair was like dry grass, and his eyes were bright but somewhat lifeless. There was no aura fluctuation on his body, but he seemed to have merged with the space. He looked down and muttered, "This kid, compared to his father, is more ferocious and cunning." As his voice sounded out, the old man's figure disappeared into thin air. At this moment, if Du Xiaofu was able to see him, he would definitely be able to recognize that the old man that had appeared earlier was surprisingly the old man he'd met at the back of the mountain. The old man had once guided Du Xiaofu to enter the Heaven Marshal Talisman to avoid the pursuit of the law enforcement squadron. As time passed, the news of Du Xiaofu beating up Ghost Claw began to spread in the dark forest. Many experts came to capture the male and female bandits, but Du Xiaofu's figure had long disappeared. Even more people left silently. After hearing about Ghost Claw's miserable ending, not many people were willing to provoke that vicious youth. Du Xiaofu's name became more and more famous in the dark forest, causing countless people to be shocked and avoid him. The students of Tianwu Academy had always been active in their own territory. Even though many of them had reputations, such as the Mountain and River General, Jade Maiden Ling Xian, Gu Xinyan, and the others, all of them had reputations in the dark forest, they were still able to move about freely. However, in reality, Du Xiaofu's notoriety had already overshadowed the general, Gu Xinyan, and the others. After all, the general, Gu Xinyan, and the others were famous, and not many people had seen them in action. However, Du Xiaofu was different. Recently, he had caused chaos in the dark forest, including the dark city. Not to mention how many experts he had killed, just the fact that Du Xiaofu had killed the Black Fiend Sect's young master was enough to shake the dark forest. At night, the inky blue sky seemed to have been cleansed by clear water. It was clean, gentle, and dignified. In the vast blue sky, a full moon hung in the sky amidst the twinkling stars. Under the night sky, a 16 or 17-year-old girl stood quietly in front of the courtyard. She was Du Yunxin, who had always been outstanding among the new students. Du Yunxin's rosy and moving face and her eyes were moist. Her voice was soft as she whispered, "I didn't expect his strength to be so tyrannical. He is already able to kill a martial marquis. Among his peers, I'm afraid only my brothers in the family can suppress him. However, compared to my brothers in the family, he is much younger. My brothers in the family, at his age, I'm afraid they are unable to kill a martial marquis. I'm afraid the rumors have been exaggerated. How long has it been? I'm afraid he doesn't have that kind of strength yet." Du Qi's handsome face showed some displeasure. He moved slightly and stood quietly beside Du Yunxin. His temperament was noble and elegant at all times. Coupled with his tall and straight figure, it made him look even more handsome. However, every time he heard news about Du Xiaofu, he would feel displeased. How could a kid from a branch family that was abandoned by the main family be stronger than him? Du Yunxin slowly raised her head and looked at Du Qi. Then, she said, "He is still a member of our Du family. If he can enter the Du family, he will definitely be able to strengthen our Du family in the future. Now that he can leave the Stone City, it seems that the matter that the elders mentioned back then has completely passed." Chapter 362. Why do you wish for him to return to the Du clan? Du Qi looked at Du Yunxin, his clear eyes flickering with emotions. After all, we are of the same clan, and the blood of the Du clan flows in our veins. Only with the Du clan's prosperity can the Du clan continue to prosper, Du Yunxin said. Don't forget the calamity his father brought about back then. His fine hair covered his smooth forehead and drooped down to his thick and long eyelashes. Du Qi seemed to be thinking about something, then continued to look at Du Yunxin and said, "For the entire Du family, it's better to stay away from him. No matter how strong he is, can he really be compared to big brother and second brother?" Speaking of the prosperity of the Du family, big brother and second brother are the true hope of the Du family's future. Du Yunxin's eyebrows slightly widened as she looked at Du Qi. She seemed to want to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Instead, she stared at the bright moon in front of her quietly, her dress and hair swaying slightly. So. Under the veil of night and the moonlight, two figures flitted across the sky. Under the cover of the moonlight, Du Xiaoqing's purple robe fluttered in the wind. Her ink-black hair reflected a gentle luster, and her large eyes twinkled like stars. Her eyelashes fluttered softly as she looked at Du Xiaofu innocently and asked, "Brother, is it allowed to rob people in Tianwu Academy?" "No, the people in Tianwu Academy are our own people. You can't rob them." Looking at Du Xiaoqing's seemingly harmless face, Du Xiaofu could only feel helpless. At this moment, Ghost Claw, who was sealed in Du Xiaofu's hands, had a pale face. The dried blood stains on his body made him look even more miserable. So. Two figures landed on the huge square at the entrance of Tianwu Academy. Under the moonlight, two lone peaks stood tall amidst the mountain ranges, looking like dragons with their heads held high. On the mountain to the left, on a flat cliff, there were four ancient words Tianwu Academy written in flamboyant calligraphy. Is this Tianwu Academy? What a comfortable place. Du Xiaoqing looked around. When she arrived at this place, she also felt that there was an ancient and sacred aura everywhere, which made her feel very comfortable. Looking at the Tianwu Academy before him, Du Xiaofu's heart stirred. Countless experts had emerged from this place and were conferred the title of Marquis. Their radiance illuminated the land, and now that they had returned, he felt as though he had returned home. Is anyone there? I, Du Xiaofu, am back. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu let out a loud shout. His voice was accompanied by profound energy, and it immediately spread out in the night sky. Thump, 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 suddenly, the surging sound waves spread out, startling countless resting ferocious birds in the surrounding mountains. Ferocious beasts roared and hissed in low voices. Whoosh! In a short period of time, more than 10 young men and women ran out of the door. When they saw Du Xiaofu clearly, their faces were immediately filled with surprise. It's Senior Du. Senior Du is back. It's really Senior Du. These young men and women were all freshmen of Tianwu Academy, and naturally, they recognized Du Xiaofu. In order to retrieve the stolen profound spirit heavenly vine, Du Xiaofu, the general, Gu Xinyan, and the others entered the dark city to seize it. In the end, the general and the others returned safely. However, Fire Blade Biming Feng had fallen, and Du Xiaofu was in a perilous situation. Senior Du, you're back. Greetings, Senior Du. Upon seeing Du Xiaofu, the freshmen were both surprised and delighted. They immediately surrounded him enthusiastically. I'm back. This fellow is Ghastly Claw. I'll leave him to you. Looking at the surprised faces of the young men and women, Du Xiaofu smiled. After being outside for so long, he truly felt as though he had returned home. He casually tossed Ghastly Claw over to them. Ghastly Claw is said to be a martial lord expert. That bastard is Ghastly Claw. I heard that he killed many of our Tianwu Academy's students. A few of the more courageous young men stepped forward and kicked Ghastly Claw. Walala, at this moment, the sound of wind whistling could be heard from within Tianwu Academy. A large number of flying demonic beasts flapped their wings, and a strong gust of wind howled in the air. There were also many young men floating in the air. So, figures landed one after another, and there were even some who ran out of Tianwu Academy. Under the moonlight, everyone's gaze immediately turned to the resolute face under the moonlight. Du Xiaofu, it's really Du Xiaofu. He's back. The students of Tianwu Academy exclaimed in shock. Their faces were filled with surprise, and they were all overjoyed. Senior Du captured Ghastly Claw. Where is Ghastly Claw? Let me see. That bastard killed many of our academy's students. Beat him up. Following which, countless young men surrounded the pitiful Ghastly Claw. The pitiful Ghastly Claw was beaten up by the students of Tianwu Academy. He screamed in agony, but he couldn't make a sound. His eyes and face were twitching uncontrollably. I knew that you would be fine. A figure streaked across the night sky, and in a few flashes, he appeared beside Du Xiaofu. He had a clean and fair face, a tall and straight figure, and light red hair draped over his shoulders. His dark red eyes rippled, and he exuded an indescribable aura of authority and devilish evilness. How did you know that I would be fine? Du Xiaofu lifted his head to look at the young man before him. Who else could this fellow be other than the demon exterminating sword, Li Yuxiao? Because good people don't live long, while scourges live for 1,000 years. Thus, it shouldn't be a problem for you to live for a few hundred or 1,000 years. How could anything happen to you? Amidst the night sky, a series of whooshing sounds could be heard. A figure was the first to arrive before Du Xiaofu. Then, a muscular young man with a faint bronze complexion appeared before him. His facial features were distinct and deep, and he exuded an extraordinary aura. Following behind the muscular young man, several figures descended. A young man dressed in a pitch-black robe stepped forward. His handsome face was as though a sculpture, and the sharp glint in his eyes made one not dare to underestimate him. Looking at the muscular young man and Du Xiaofu, he said, "Good people don't live long, while scourges live for 1,000 years. If that's the case, this fellow should be able to live for at least 10,000 years. 1,000-year-old tortoise? How can you say such things about Junior Du?" A woman in red smiled faintly. She was dressed gorgeously, half of her soft breasts were covered, and her armor-like short skirt was wrapped around her perky buttocks. Her long and slender legs were exposed all the way down to her fair thighs. Her eyes were charming and seductive, but her face was plain and elegant. Her entire person exuded a kind of soft and tender feeling. "It's good that you're fine." Another red-robed lady stepped forward and walked out slowly. She was light and tender, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was perfect. Her temperament was otherworldly, and her nose was tall and straight. Her red lips were glossy and moist, and her temperament was otherworldly. It's so late at night, can you not shout so loudly? The last young man stepped forward and glanced at Du Xiaofu. His black hair was tied behind his head, and a few strands of hair fell to his ears. He was handsome, and his eyes were deep and dark. On each of his wrists, there was a strange and ancient rune bracelet. Why are you all here? Looking at the people who came, Du Xiaofu smiled. They were the general, Ghost Child, Wuxia, Gu Xinyan, and Guo Xiaofeng. You were shouting so loudly that we thought you were being hunted down. Gu Xinyan said to Du Xiaofu. In her beautiful eyes, light bloomed. Standing next to Wuxia, she looked like an angel and a devil. You caught Ghost Claw. Ghost Child noticed that Ghost Claw was being trampled by many students, and asked Du Xiaofu in shock. Yes, I met him by chance. I taught him a lesson and brought him back. Du Xiaofu said. You taught him a lesson by yourself? Guo Xiaofeng couldn't help but ask. He knew Ghost Claw's strength. Gu Xinyan, the general, and a few others looked at Ghost Claw, who was still being trampled by many students. Seeing his broken arms and legs, they were afraid that Du Xiaofu must have taught him a lesson. Yes, that old man's strength is not bad. It's not easy to teach him a lesson. Du Xiaofu said. Huff huff, everyone involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air when they heard this. From the looks of it, the strength of that ferocious fellow had definitely improved by a frightening amount during this period of time. That kind of training speed was practically flying, causing them to be unable to show their faces. Big brother, who are they? Du Xiaoqing poked her head out and curiously looked at Gu Xinyan, Wuxia, the general, and the others. Then, she blinked her big eyes and wanted to confirm with Du Xiaofu again. Big brother, can we really not rob them? But I feel that robbing them should be fun. The general, Guo Xiaofeng, Li Yuxiao, Gu Xinyan, and the others were also looking at Du Xiaoqing. Just as they were thinking that Du Xiaofu had kidnapped such a pure and innocent girl, they suddenly heard Du Xiaoqing's words and could only look at each other. Then, Gu Xinyan, Wuxia, and the others looked helplessly at Du Xiaofu. Without a doubt, everyone thought that this pure and innocent girl must have been led astray by that scourge Du Xiaofu. It really isn't me, Du Xiaofu felt helpless. There was no way to explain. Are you really back? Amidst the growing crowd, several beautiful figures flew out from Tianwu Academy. One of them immediately landed beside Du Xiaofu. Her tight attire wrapped around her devilish figure, accentuating her long and slender legs, her firm buttocks, and her slender waist, forming a perfect and alluring arc. Of course it's me. Du Xiaofu smiled. The person who came was Ouyang Shuang. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he immediately pulled Du Xiaoqing to Ouyang Shuang's side and said, You came at the right time. I'll leave this girl to you. Can you let her stay in the academy for now? She is. Ouyang Shuang looked at Du Xiaoqing and asked in confusion. My name is Du Xiaoqing. Du Xiaoqing raised her head and looked at Ouyang Shuang with her beautiful eyes. She's my younger sister. It's a long story, I'll tell you in detail in the future, Du Xiaofu said to Ouyang Shuang. Alright, let her come to my place first. It shouldn't be a problem for her to stay in the academy for now. Ouyang Shuang nodded. With their status, bringing a relative to stay in the academy for a few days wasn't a problem as long as no one deliberately made things difficult for them. Chapter 363. Junior Du, long time no see. A bell-like voice rang out. Among the several beautiful figures who had just arrived with Ouyang Shuang, a seductive woman in a slit dress walked over to Du Xiaofu's side. Her outfit was even more glamorous than that of the netherworld princess Wuxia, the slit of her dress reaching all the way up to her thighs. Her long, slender, and fair legs attracted the hot gazes of many boys. Her strapless tights could not hide her soft, almost boneless waist, and her fair, deep cleavage was seductive to the extreme. Seeing this seductive woman, Du Xiaofu was momentarily stunned. Du Xiaofu naturally knew this girl. She was Li Shui, whom he had met in the heavenly martial seal stage. Senior Li, Du Xiaofu was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously stood behind Li Yuxiao, letting her stand in front of him. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu's gaze involuntarily fell on her slender, fair legs. Unknowingly, his gaze also fell on the seductive cleavage in front of Li Shui's chest. Junior Du, don't hide. I have something I need to talk to you about. Li Shui did not seem to notice Du Xiaofu's retreat at all. Her curvaceous body straightened, and in a single step, she stood in front of Du Xiaofu. The moonlight is not bad today. Li Yuxiao raised her head to look at the sky. Her head held high, her hands behind her back, she took a few steps forward and walked away. She had no intention of being Du Xiaofu's shield at all. The moonlight tonight is not bad. Beside him, Ghost Child, Wuxia, Hua Xiaofeng and the others also seemed to have a tacit understanding, quietly stepping away. I'm going to take a look at Ghost Claw. The general's face was full of righteousness. As his voice fell, he quickly walked towards Ghost Claw, who was being beaten up by many of the academy's students. I'm also going to take a look at Ghost Claw. Gu Xinyan walked away with small steps, her beautiful eyes shining brightly, appearing especially dazzling and deep in the night. You all, Du Xiaofu helplessly glared at the general and the others. Then, he looked at Li Shui beside him and said, I wonder why senior sister is looking for me. I'm here to tell you that someone called Qian Guyu has been looking for you. Be careful when you get there, Qian Guyu said. Li Shui smiled as she moved closer to Du Xiaofu's side. Her seductive figure was perfect and alluring. She was almost sticking close to Du Xiaofu's body. Her slender, fair and tender legs were tightly pressed against Du Xiaofu's thighs. At this moment, Li Shui did not seem to care about how many young men around her were already bleeding from their noses. Her pink and tender red lips were slightly pouted, as if she was trying to entice them to kiss her. She moved closer to Du Xiaofu's ear and said, that fellow is very powerful. However, if you can teach him a lesson, don't hold back when the time comes. This concerns my lifetime happiness. Okay, I got it. Du Xiaofu immediately nodded. Smelling the seductive fragrance coming from her body, he immediately took a step back to get as far away from her as possible. However, Du Xiaofu immediately thought that the fragrance was very pleasant. Moreover, those slender and fair legs seemed to stimulate the blood circulation of people who looked at them. He could not help but take another look. Ha! Li Shui saw this and smiled, the corners of her mouth forming an extremely charming arc. She did not know if it was intentional or not, but her eyes moved slightly. Suddenly, she became shy and charming. She leaned forward and gently whispered in Du Xiaofu's ear, Junior brother, you have been staring at my legs and chest. There are so many people here, you will make me embarrassed. How about this, you come to my place and I'll let you have a good look. If you want to touch them, it's okay. Senior sister, I'll go take a look at Ghost Claw. Du Xiaofu was stunned when he heard these words. His face immediately flushed red and he hurriedly left, as if he was running for his life. He hurriedly rushed towards the general. PFFF, Li Shui looked at the departing Du Xiaofu and suddenly burst into laughter. Li Shui, do you want me to cut ties with you? Oh, Yang Shuang finally could not hold it in any longer. Her large and beautiful eyes stared at Li Shui, her red lips slightly parted as she said, you are purposely causing trouble for him. Why, are you jealous? Li Shui did not mind. Her graceful and seductive body gently wrapped around Yang Shuang's arm. Her protruding chest, intentionally or unintentionally, lightly rubbed against Yang Shuang's arm. She blinked her beautiful eyes, looked at Yang Shuang and softly said, don't be so stingy, lend me your brother. I guarantee that he won't break. As her voice fell, Li Shui purposely blinked her eyes. Her face was charming and shy as she said, since that guy is not your biological brother, why don't you use him together? If you don't mind, I won't mind. In your dreams, why should my man be used together with you? Yangshuang heard these words and instantly glared at Li Shui. Her proud figure was not below Li Shui's as she said, Li Shui, if you tease him again, I will cut ties with you. As her voice fell, Yangshuang pulled Du Shaoqing and left. Her peerless face unknowingly had a slight blush, adding to her shyness. He, Li Shui looked at Yangshuang's graceful back and smiled, full of charm and seduction. Swoosh swoosh, more and more people came. Many teachers also appeared in the square outside the academy. Following which, a few elders flew over and immediately arrived in front of Ghost Claw. That's General Bujian Shanhe, Jade Maiden Ling Xian, Gu Xinyan and the rest. 9 Nether Young Master, Ghost Child and Netherworld Princess Wu Kei are also here. Outside the academy, the number of students was still increasing. Seeing the general, Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child and the rest, who were rarely seen, caused a great commotion. After several elders came and handed Ghost Claw over to the elders, the general, Gu Xinyan, Du Xiaofu and the rest also hurriedly left. After handing Du Shaoqing over to Yangshuang, Du Xiaofu had just arrived at the school's chore area and was about to return to the dormitory when he saw many registered students rushing out of the chore area. One by one, the registered students were discussing the news that Du Xiaofu had captured Ghost Claw and returned to the academy. They planned to go and watch the show. Among the crowd were Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, Sun Ji and the rest. After stopping the 3 of them, Du Xiaofu had no choice but to greet the group of registered students before returning to the dormitory with Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, and Sun Ji amidst cheers. Seeing that Du Xiaofu had returned unscathed, Wu Qingfeng and the others were elated. Du Xiaofu also learned from the 3 of them that they had already won the competition and had become official disciples. However, the 3 of them had no intention of leaving the registered students' dormitory. The reason was simple. Since Du Xiaofu was staying here, they had no intention of moving out. After chatting for a while, it was already late at night. Only then did they return to their rooms to rest. The news that Du Xiaofu had captured Ghost Claw and returned to Tianwu Academy immediately spread throughout the entire academy. The next morning, the first ray of light shone through the horizon, enveloping the mountains. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged in a room with a sword behind his back. His body was enveloped in a dazzling white glow and an ancient aura emanated from him, stirring one's soul. Who? As the white glow receded, strands of profound mysteries flowed into his body. His eyelashes fluttered and he opened his clear eyes. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of turbid air. I should be breaking through soon. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself as a smile surfaced on his resolute face. He could feel that the Naiwan Palace in his mind was brimming with mental energy. Faintly, Du Xiaofu felt that he was about to make another breakthrough in the Soul Symbol Master stage. The feeling of wanting to make another breakthrough was faintly discernible and could only be felt through his intuition. It was extremely mysterious. Roar, a moment later, the roar of a tiger could be heard above the miscellaneous area. A ferocious king-scaled demonic tiger flapped its wings and flew over, attracting the attention of many registered students. When Du Xiaofu walked out of the courtyard, a gust of wind swept over. A ferocious huge tiger appeared in front of Du Xiaofu intimately. Brother, on the back of the king-scaled demonic tiger, Du Shaoqing jumped down. Her originally ill-fitting purple robe was gone and replaced with a new green dress. The skirt was decorated with silver threads. The dress fluttered in the wind. Her ethereal big eyes sparkled like stars and her eyelashes fluttered softly. She was like a budding lotus flower, elegant, pure and innocent. Behind Du Shaoqing, Yangshuang landed gracefully on her giant tiger. Her graceful figure appeared cold and firm. Her big and beautiful eyes were cold and elegant. Du Xiaofu stroked the king-scaled demonic tiger, then looked at Du Xiaoqing and said to Ouyang Shuang, "Why are you here so early? Little Qing is dressed up well. I asked for new clothes from my junior sister. I really don't understand how you are a brother. You actually let little Qing wear your clothes. It doesn't matter if it doesn't fit and look good. It's also full of the smell of your sweat." Ouyang Shuang glanced at Du Xiaofu and said. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows, but there was nothing he could say. "Why are you guys here so early? Uncle Shi asked me to inform you that the elders want to see you." Ouyang Shuang said. When? Du Xiaofu was not surprised. The mysterious spirit Heavenly Vine was still with him. The elders of the academy would naturally look for him. "Now, the elders are waiting for you in the elder courtyard," Ouyang Shuang said. "Now." Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and said, "Just in time. I also want to look for them. It's not nice to deduct my points." Chapter 364. On the way to the elder compound, Du Xiaofu learned quite a bit about the academy's elders from Ouyang Shuang. It was said that there were quite a number of elders in the academy. Most of them were in seclusion and were rarely seen. Ouyang Shuang did not know exactly how many elders there were. Generally speaking, Jianwu Academy was divided into the martial department and the talisman department. The talisman department was slightly more complicated and was further divided into the medicine department, the weapon department, and the formation department. The martial department was managed by Elder He Hu, Elder Liao, and Elder Fu. Elder Murongxi was in charge of the formation department, while Elder Sun Biyue was in charge of the medicine department. It was said that no one was in charge of the formation department. Furthermore, there were not many students in the formation department. Even the medicine department and formation department did not have many people. From Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaofu learned some special information. It was said that in the entire talisman department, there were only 2 students on the martial roll, and those 2 were from the formation department. There was not a single student from the medicine department and weapon department on the martial roll. It was said that there were still students on the martial roll from the medicine department, but they were kicked out later on. The weapon department was even worse. It was said that no one from the weapon department had entered the martial roll for 10 to 20 years. General Budi and Shanhe, Lady Ling Xian, and Gu Xinyan both cultivated both the martial path and talisman Dao. It was said that the 2 of them were also talisman masters. However, the 2 of them chose the martial department in name and were only talisman masters. Thus, they could only be considered as members of the martial department and not the talisman department. In the simple courtyard, when Du Xiaofu followed Ouyang Shuang into the main hall, he saw 20 to 30 elders of Tianwu Academy seated there. Swish swish, as Du Xiaofu entered, the gazes of all the elders in the main hall landed on Du Xiaofu. Each of the elders had different expressions on their faces. However, when they looked at Du Xiaofu, their eyes were filled with the same shock. "Greetings, elders." Du Xiaofu's eyes swept across the large hall and immediately saw a few familiar figures. Among them were Elder Murongxi, who he had met before, Du Xiaoman's master, Elder Shengguan Xiong, and Elder Liao. Du Xiaofu felt rather puzzled as he looked at Elder Liao. Logically speaking, Elder Liao seemed to have quite a few conflicts with him. However, Elder Liao had disregarded his own safety to save Du Xiaofu when he was being chased by the mysterious spirit Heaven Vine in the dark forest. This was something that Du Xiaofu could not explain. "Du Xiaofu, did you personally capture Ghost Claw?" In the main hall, an old man in his 60s with an extremely ruddy face looked at Du Xiaofu and asked. There was some doubt in his eyes, and his figure was strong and powerful. Du Xiaofu looked at the old man. From the description that Ouyang Shuang had specially given to them, Du Xiaofu guessed that this person was probably the Talisman Array Martial Institution's Elder He Hu. "Elder, I personally captured him." Du Xiaofu secretly spied on Elder He whose concealed aura. Even if he was not at the Martial King realm, he was not far from it. Du Xiaofu, Ghost Claw has reached the Nirvana realm of the Martial Marquis realm. He wasn't severely injured when you captured him, right? A middle-aged man asked Du Xiaofu. His gaze fluctuated, and there was some doubt in his shock. Is this very important? Anyway, I have captured Ghost Claw and brought back the mysterious spirit Heaven Vine. The Academy's punishment on me can be written off. Du Xiaofu looked at the many elders in the main hall. After he finished speaking, he immediately took out the brocade box that contained the mysterious spirit Heaven Vine from his Qianquan bag. Walala, as Du Xiaofu opened the brocade box, a dazzling light instantly soared into the sky from within the brocade box. An energy fluctuation rippled in the surrounding air. A completely sparkling and translucent green vine was slightly curled up within the brocade box, and when it stretched out, it was probably around 3 meters long. Its surface was wrapped in talisman markings, and it slowly wriggled like a living being, as if it possessed intelligence. However, at this moment, there was obviously some kind of restriction set up in the brocade box. The green vine was unable to break the restriction. It's the mysterious spirit Heaven Vine. As the mysterious spirit Heaven Vine appeared in Du Xiaofu's hand, all the elders instantly exclaimed in surprise. From the fluctuation of the aura, it was obvious that it was the mysterious spirit Heaven Vine. The brocade box was only opened by Du Xiaofu for a brief moment before it was closed again. After which, he held the brocade box in his hands as he looked at all the elders and said, "Elders, I have retrieved the mysterious spirit Heavenly Vine in Ghost Claw. Shouldn't you return the points that you have deducted from my points card?" Well, the eyes of a woman around the age of 50 in a long dress at the seat of honor moved instantly when she heard this, and then she smiled at Du Xiaofu and said, "Your points were deducted because you've ruined the medicinal field and destroyed countless spirit herbs. The 8 million points deducted from you are far from being enough to make up for it. However, you've recovered the spirit Skyvine and made up for the Academy's losses, and you've captured Ghost Claw and restored the Academy's reputation. So, all the debts you owe the Academy in the past will be written off. That's too unfair. You are bullying me." Du Xiaofu curled his lips and refused to accept this. These elders were definitely bullying him. He had risked his life to obtain the mysterious spirit Heaven Vine and had even lost his life several times. However, these elders were all apprehensive about this and that. They really knew how to take advantage of him. "Alright, enough. Alright, stop messing around. You've destroyed quite a few medicinal fields. This time, we've captured Ghost Claw and brought back the mysterious spirit Heavenly Vine. Your contribution is the greatest. The Academy will remember this great merit. Don't think too much about it. You didn't lose out. Didn't you eat the green bamboo spirit fruit?" Elder Murongxi said to Du Xiaofu. "Brat, don't push your luck." Ouyang Shuang, who was beside Du Xiaofu, also rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu. Her eyes indicated that Du Xiaofu should stop while he was ahead. "Alright, I'll take a loss this time." Du Xiaofu felt that he wouldn't be able to take advantage of them. He handed the brocade box in his hand to Murongxi. However, he seemed to have thought of something. He immediately looked at all the elders with vigilance and asked, "Will you guys deduct my points in the future?" "Cut the crap. Your matter with the Academy has already been written off. As long as you don't cause any more trouble, we naturally won't deduct your points." Murongxi couldn't help but glare at Du Xiaofu. "I'll believe you guys this time. You guys can't bully me." Du Xiaofu was skeptical. He then handed the brocade box that contained the mysterious spirit Heaven Vine to Murongxi. This brat, looking at Du Xiaofu, many of the elders revealed a bitter smile. A few of the female elders even had smiles on their faces. They were all puzzled. Although this seemingly docile little fellow was a little sly and cunning, was he really as ferocious as the rumors said? "Du Xiaofu, you're still a registered student. With your strength, there's no need for an assessment. You can directly become an official student. Pack up and report to the academy as soon as possible. Elder He Who looked at Du Xiaofu and spoke with a serious expression. It was as if what he said was a matter of course. There was nothing special about it at all. Elder He Who, what do you mean? However, just as Elder He Who finished speaking, Elder Sun Bue immediately glared at Elder He Who and snappily said, according to what I know, Du Xiaofu is also a soul symbol master. Naturally, he can also choose to come to my Talisman Academy. Elder Sun is right. Du Xiaofu is also a soul symbol master. However, everyone knows that among the 100 people on the martial ranking, there are only 2 students from the Talisman Academy. Letting Du Xiaofu go to the Talisman Academy is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Moreover, if he enters the martial academy, he can still cultivate as a soul symbol master. There's no delay. Elder He Who smiled. The meaning behind his words was to suppress the Talisman Academy in front of Du Xiaofu. Hearing Elder He Who's words, Elder Sun immediately glared fiercely at Elder He Who. When the surrounding elders heard the competition between Elder He Who and Elder Sun Bue, they didn't know what to say. Everyone knew that with Du Xiaofu's talent, whether it was the Martial Academy or the Talisman Academy, they naturally hoped to compete for him. Between the Talisman Academy and the Martial Academy, there had always been a tradition of secret competition. However, for an unknown period of time, the Talisman Academy couldn't compare to the Martial Academy and had always been suppressed by the Martial Academy. Du Xiaofu, do you want to enter the Martial Academy or the Talisman Academy? Choose for yourself. Elder Murongxi looked at Du Xiaofu and said. To Du Xiaofu, there was nothing special about being an in-name student and an official student. However, it was more convenient for official students to cultivate in the academy. At the same time, his drunkard father also hoped that he could enter the Talisman Academy. After pondering for a while, Du Xiaofu said, I will enter the Talisman Academy. As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, many elders were rather surprised. It was also somewhat beyond Ouyang Shuang's imagination. Elder He Who was even more astonished. Then, he immediately said to Du Xiaofu, Kid, you have to think clearly. If you enter the Talisman Academy, you won't have any future prospects. Entering the Martial Academy is the way to go. I will give you another chance to choose. As long as you enter the Martial Academy, I will personally teach you. No, I will take you as my personal disciple. How about it? I remember that your cultivation method seems to belong to the tyrannical type. I just happen to have a tyrannical fist technique at the marquis level. It should be extremely suitable for you. He Who, what do you mean by, if you enter the Talisman Academy, you won't have any future prospects? Do you want to compete? Elder Sun Bue couldn't bear it anymore and almost attacked Elder He Who. This was simply too much. Not only was he trying to snatch a student who was about to enter the Talisman Academy, but he was also using all kinds of methods to entice him. A marquis-level martial skill and an elder taking him as a personal disciple was definitely an irresistible temptation for all students. Elder Sun, that's not what I meant. I just wanted Du Xiaofu to think about it a little more. Elder He Who seemed to know that he was a little too enthusiastic. He immediately smiled apologetically at Elder Sun Bue with an embarrassed expression. Chapter 365. Thank you, Elder He. However, I still choose the Talisman Department. Du Xiaofu looked at Elder He Who and smiled helplessly. His impression of Elder He Who was quite good. Some people just like to do useless things. Talisman masters are not something that cultivators everywhere can compare to. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Elder Sun Bue immediately smiled. She glanced at Elder He Who and said to Du Xiaofu with smiling eyes, Du Xiaofu, the Talisman Department is divided into the Medicine Department, Formation Department, and Weaponry Department. Which department do you choose? Weaponry Department. Du Xiaofu did not hesitate too much. In both medicine and formation talisman masters, he had his big brother Zhen Qingquan's guidance. However, in terms of formation talisman masters, even though he had obtained his master revered weapon's lifetime knowledge, there was no one to guide him. Therefore, without much hesitation, Du Xiaofu chose the weaponry department. You want to enter the weaponry department? Hearing this, not only were Elder He Hu and the others surprised and puzzled, even Elder Sun Biyue and Morong Shi were surprised and puzzled. Originally, Elder Sun Biyue had only asked casually. She had already predicted that Du Xiaofu would enter the formation department. After all, they already knew that Du Xiaofu was also a formation talisman master. Choosing the formation department was within their expectations. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu had chosen to enter the weaponry department. This undoubtedly proved that Du Xiaofu was also a formation talisman master. More importantly, formation talisman masters had always had the lowest status in the academy. In fact, it was not only in Tianwu Academy. Even in the outside world, the status of formation talisman masters was on the lower side. For a formation talisman master to reach the level of revered weapon and dominate the entire central province, it was definitely extremely rare. How many formation talisman masters could reach that level? Are you sure you want to enter the weaponry department? Morong Shi also asked Du Xiaofu. No one would think that a formation talisman master was incapable. However, in comparison, choosing a formation talisman master was naturally better than a formation talisman master. I'm sure. Du Xiaofu nodded affirmatively. What? Do you think that the artifact department is inferior to the martial department, alchemy department, and formation department? At this moment, a rather aged and low voice sounded in the main hall. An old man slowly walked over under the gazes of all the elders, who immediately raised their heads and looked over. The old man looked to be in his 60s or 70s. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. His hair was messy like dry grass. His face was quite pale, like a piece of ragged cloth. His eyes were quite bright, but they gave off a lifeless feeling. There was no aura fluctuation on his body. The old man's large face was like a wasteland full of grass. His face was full of wrinkles, and he looked like a savage or a gorilla. Du Xiaofu turned his head and looked at the old man. He was immediately shocked. Du Xiaofu had seen this old man before in the back mountains. He was the old man who claimed to have spent his entire life in Tianwu Academy. At this moment, all the elders in the hall were shocked, and they saw the old man slowly walking over. They immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Vice Principal Zhuge. Teacher, why have you come? Please take a seat. Sun Biyue and another female elder who looked like a woman immediately went forward and helped the old man to the seat of honor. All the elders respectfully stood at the two sides of the hall, waiting for the old man to speak. They did not dare to sit down. Vice Principal Zhuge, Du Xiaofu and Ouyang Shuang looked at each other at this moment. They looked at the old man who looked like a savage or a gorilla. Who would have thought that this old man was actually the vice principal of the academy? Vice Principal Zhuge, Zhuge Qiangbang. Du Xiaofu had unintentionally heard of Deputy Dean Zhuge Qiangbang's name from Ouyang Shuang when he had just arrived. Sit down and talk. Zhuge Qiangbang sat down and gestured to everyone in the hall. Only then did they dare to sit down. Vice Principal Zhuge, the profound spirit sky vine has been recovered. Morong Shi went forward and respectfully handed the brocade box in his hand to Zhuge Qiangbang. The profound spirit sky vine is a great treasure for refining weapons. Recovering it is a small matter, but the academy's reputation has been damaged. Zhuge Qiangbang's gaze swept across everyone before landing on Du Xiaofu. He said, "You've done well this time. Not only have you recovered the profound spirit sky vine, but you've also recovered quite a bit of the academy's reputation despite causing quite a ruckus in the dark forest. You've done a great service." Du Xiaofu stared at Zhuge Qiangbang in surprise. Only now did he return to his senses. So it turned out that he had been mistaken all along. How was this an old handyman from the chore house? This was a great vice principal. Even the emperor of an empire would have to sweep out his bed to welcome someone like this. Is there a reward for my great service? Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and asked straightforwardly without holding back. Kid, you're quite lucky. You've just joined the weapon department, so why don't you stay by my side for a while and properly refine weapons? Zhuge Qianbang smiled. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and asked, this counts as a reward? Kid, don't be ignorant of your good fortune. Vice Principal Zhuge is a famous talisman master in the surrounding empires. 20 years ago, Vice Principal Zhuge created the Thunder Dragon Divine Spear, which shocked countless empires. Murong Shi seemed to be reminding Du Xiaofu on purpose. Who knew how many weapon talisman masters could only dream of receiving personal guidance from the Vice Principal? This kid really doesn't know his good fortune. Many elders smiled bitterly. Who knew how many weapon talisman masters could only dream of receiving personal guidance from the Vice Principal? Back then, when the Vice Principal refined the Thunder Dragon, countless experts gathered outside the Tianwu Academy to broaden their horizons. Thunder Dragon, Du Xiaofu's gaze shook when he heard this. Drunkard's father's weapon was the Lightning Dragon. In that case, the Lightning Dragon in Drunkard's father's hand was refined by Vice Dean Zhuge. Kid, you want a reward? That depends on whether you have the ability. The Tianwu Assembly should be soon. If you can obtain first place in the Tianwu Assembly, I'll refine the mysterious spirit Heavenly Vine into a suitable weapon for you. If you can't obtain first place, then it means you're not capable enough. Don't blame the Academy for being stingy at that time. Vice Principal Zhuge smiled as he looked at Du Xiaofu. Vice Principal Zhuge wants to refine a weapon again. Hearing that, all of the elders were stunned. Ever since the Lightning Dragon had been borrowed by Du Tingxian, Vice Headmaster Zhuge had not refined any more spiritual artifacts. One had to know that even if they wanted to request a spiritual artifact from Vice Headmaster Zhuge, it would be impossible for them to even think about it. Okay, it's a deal. Du Xiaofu agreed without hesitation. In any case, even if he couldn't obtain first place in the Tianwu Assembly, he wouldn't suffer any losses. Vice Principal Zhuge smiled and said to Du Xiaofu, okay, you can leave first. Come find me tomorrow and let me see how far you've come in refining weapons. Du Xiaofu nodded and left the hall with Ouyang Shuang. Phew, Ouyang Shuang's chest rose and fell the moment she exited the large hall. She inhaled a deep breath of air. Within the large hall, the invisible aura of the many elders had suppressed her, causing her to feel uncomfortable all over. Her big eyes and pretty eyes looked at Du Xiaofu. She found it strange that this fellow had such a leisurely and contented appearance. It seemed that he was completely unaffected by the presence of so many elders. What is the Tianwu Assembly? Du Xiaofu asked Ouyang Shuang. Although he didn't hesitate to agree to obtain first place in the Tianwu Assembly in front of Vice Principal Zhuge, he didn't know anything about the Tianwu Assembly. He had never heard of it and didn't know what the Tianwu Assembly was. Ouyang Shuang stared at Du Xiaofu and said, don't tell me you really don't know. Then why did you agree to it in front of Vice Principal? I really don't know about the Tianwu Assembly. Du Xiaofu smiled and said, it's just that, since I agreed, I won't suffer any losses. Hearing that, Ouyang Shuang immediately rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu. Then, the two of them went back. Ouyang Shuang also told Du Xiaofu about the Tianwu Assembly. She also only found out about the Tianwu Assembly from Murong Shi not long ago. After knowing everything about the Tianwu Assembly, Du Xiaofu was also quite shocked. Du Xiaofu didn't think that the Tianwu Talisman realm would have such a terrifying effect. Every 20 years, it would form a space where time was accelerated. Compared to the outside world, the time inside would be 10 times faster. Cultivating inside for half a year was equivalent to cultivating for an entire 5 years in the outside world. Every cultivator was clear about the various benefits within. And those benefits might not be of much use to super experts who didn't lack time to cultivate. However, to their current cultivation and age, the benefits were terrifyingly great. It was equivalent to having an extra 4.5 years of time within the same generation to be far ahead. What kind of terrifying effect was that? The benefits were simply immeasurable. Only the top 10 of the Tianwu assembly can enter the Tianwu talisman realm to comprehend. At that time, the 100 people on the martial ranking will have the qualifications to fight for it. If you want to take first place, it won't be easy. Ouyang Shuang reminded Du Xiaofu. It won't be easy. Du Xiaofu's index finger scratched his chin. A few tender whiskers grew out, making Du Xiaofu have an impulse to pull them out. However, thinking that this was a symbol of him becoming a man, he restrained himself. As for the Tianwu assembly, Du Xiaofu already had an idea in his heart. The general, Guehua, Gu Xinyan and the others would naturally participate. Perhaps, Du Xiaofu didn't care about the other students, but he had to care about General Budian, Ling Xian, Gu Xinyan and the others. Chapter 366. General Budian Shanhe, Gu Xinyan, Guehua, Wuxia and the others are all hot favorites in the Heaven Martial Assembly. If you really want to fight for them, it would be best to go to the Heaven Martial Seal stage and properly comprehend it in the remaining 20 days. Ouyang Shuang suggested to Du Xiaofu, perhaps your chances will be greater at that time. Otherwise, when the Heaven Martial Assembly begins, only the top 10 will be able to enter the Heaven Martial Seal stage. For half a year, no one else will be able to enter the Heaven Martial Assembly. Do you have so little confidence in me? Du Xiaofu glanced at Ouyang Shuang as he asked. I'm just reminding you out of goodwill. Ouyang Shuang looked at the purple-robed youth in front of her, her large and beautiful eyes moving slightly. At this moment, under the illumination of the morning sun, his resolute face appeared exceptionally resolute. Her gaze could not help but be fixated on him. Is there something on my face? Du Xiaofu followed Ouyang Shuang's gaze and touched his own face in puzzlement. No, I just feel that you seem to have gotten a little tanned recently. Ouyang Shuang returned to her senses and looked at the unadorned courtyard in front of her. She said, you should go back first. Little Tiger has taken Little Qin to the back of the mountain for a stroll. I'll go look for her. Old 3, Old 3. Just as Ouyang Shuang was about to head to the back of the mountain, several figures hurried over from the front. There were quite a few of them, at least 100. From afar, one could see that they were all registered students and new students. The ones at the front were Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei and Sun Ji. After a few breaths, many of the figures had also arrived in front of Du Xiaofu. They were panting heavily and looked like they had run all the way here. What's going on? Seeing Wu Qingfeng and the others panting with grave expressions, Du Xiaofu immediately frowned and asked. Gulp. Sun Ji hurriedly swallowed and immediately said to Du Xiaofu in a hurry, Old 3, things are not good. Qian Guyu wants to duel with you in the Peace Plaza. He sent out the duel notice early in the morning, and now the entire academy knows about it. Qian Guyu. Who's that? Why does this name sound so familiar? Du Xiaofu was puzzled when he heard this. He originally thought that Sun Ji and the others had encountered some trouble. He didn't expect that someone would want to duel with him right after he returned last night. Yesterday, Li Shui mentioned Qian Guyu to you. He is known as the Overlord Spear and is ranked 8th on the martial roll. Ouyang Shuang frowned slightly. Overlord Spear, Qian Guyu. Why is he challenging me? Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows in confusion. He seemed to remember Li Shui telling him last night that if someone called Qian Guyu came looking for trouble, he should teach him a lesson. However, Du Xiaofu didn't quite understand how he had offended Qian Guyu the Conqueror Spear. Qian Guyu was ranked 8th on the martial ranking, which was even higher than Fire Blade Baiming Feng. He was definitely a powerful cultivator. It's because of Li Shui. In Qian Guyu's eyes, Li Shui is his exclusive property. No one can touch her. All the boys who have talked to Li Shui have ended up miserable. Ouyang Shuang stared at Du Xiaofu and frowned. You're the one who got involved with her. Now you're in trouble. Qian Guyu isn't someone to be trifled with. The whole school knows that he wants to duel with you. It means that he has no intention of letting you go. Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes as if he was thinking about something. He then said seriously to Ouyang Shuang, you just said that you need to be ranked on the martial roll to participate in the Tianwu conference, right? Of course. Only the top 100 people on the martial roll will be qualified to participate. Ouyang Shuang said. If I defeat Qian Guyu today, I should be ranked on the martial roll, right? Du Xiaofu asked. Ouyang Shuang raised her eyebrows. She realized that she was on a completely different channel from this guy. She rolled her eyes and said, Qian Guyu is dueling with you today, not an official challenge from the academy. If you win, you'll be able to take the 8th place on the martial ranking, but this is a duel, so I don't know if the academy's decision is valid. Ouyang Shuang paused for a moment and continued, whether it's a duel or a challenge, his cultivation is extraordinary. He also has a nickname, Crazy Overlord Spear. Why is it called, Crazy Overlord Spear? Du Xiaofu asked. Because that guy is crazy about martial arts, and he's crazy about Li Shui. He spends most of his time cultivating in seclusion in the martial seal realm. It's rare for him to come out. He's ranked 8th on the martial roll almost a year ago. With that crazy guy's passion for martial arts, his ranking might be higher now. Ouyang Shuang couldn't help but worry for Du Xiaofu. She knew how crazy Qian Guyu was, but this guy in front of her didn't seem to care at all. Crazy Overlord Spear. Du Xiaofu raised the corner of his mouth. Ouyang Shuang thought that Du Xiaofu wanted to go to the Peace Plaza. She knew that she couldn't stop Du Xiaofu. Everyone knew about the ancient jade, and the news of the duel had spread like wildfire. If she didn't go, it wouldn't be good for Du Xiaofu in the future. After hesitating for a moment, Ouyang Shuang asked Du Xiaofu, Qian Guyu should be at the early stage of the martial marquis realm, but he might be at the late stage of the martial marquis realm, close to the mysterious realm. What are your chances of winning? I don't plan to go to the Peace Plaza. What chance do I have of winning? If he says he wants to duel, I have to go. I haven't even seen him. If I go, I'll lose face. Du Xiaofu smiled indifferently. He had no intention of going to the Peace Plaza at all. Then, he said to the panting Sun Ji, Zhang Wei, and Wu Qingfeng, boss, second brother, fourth brother, you guys go back. I don't plan to go to the Peace Plaza. Let's go back and talk tonight. I'll go to the back of the mountain to find Little Tiger. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu said to the stunned Ouyang Shuang, aren't you going to find Little Tiger? Let's go together. Whoosh. After speaking to Ouyang Shuang, profound qi surged from Du Xiaofu's feet. He tapped his foot on the ground and immediately soared into the sky. Du Xiaofu knew of Little Tiger's strength. In addition, she was from the beast race and had developed a hobby of robbing people. Du Xiaofu was really afraid that Little Tiger would do something earth-shattering in Tianwu Academy if she got excited. In addition, Du Xiaofu also had some matters to discuss with Little Tiger. Ouyang Shuang was still in a daze as she watched Du Xiaofu soar into the sky. Following which, a bitter smile appeared on her beautiful face. That fellow really couldn't be judged by an ordinary person's standards. Is third brother really not planning to go? Sun Ji, Zhang Wei, Wu Qingfeng, and the others were also stunned. They probably didn't expect that Du Xiaofu wouldn't be bothered by the ancient jade's challenge. He also didn't have any intention of going. A moment later, the mountain range at the back of the mountain range was filled with a dense forest. Compared to the dense forest in the dark forest, this place lacked the baleful aura, but it had an ancient aura. In a valley, Du Xiaofu found Du Xiaoqing and the little tiger, who were playing around happily. For some reason, the king-scaled demonic tiger was extremely submissive to little tiger. That kind of subservience was like a subject to an emperor, respectful and fearful. Upon seeing Du Xiaofu and Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaoqing immediately rushed over happily. Her green dress was adorned with silver strands that fluttered in the wind. Her ethereal eyes blinked, elegant, pure, and innocent. Roar! The king-scaled demonic tiger also immediately leaped to Du Xiaofu's side. Its tiger posture was vigorous, and its might was extraordinary. Little tiger, I've found some essence blood for you. It should be related to your tiger clan. Try it. Du Xiaofu took out a jade bottle from his hand. It was the essence blood that he had refined from the corpse of the headless tiger clan's demonic beast not long ago. Du Xiaofu had used his own blood to place a seal on the jade bottle. However, the aura that faintly spread from it was still extremely berserk. Just the aura that faintly spread from it was enough to make one's heart tremble. Roar! Inside the jade bottle, faint runes flickered, and there was a faint shadow of a giant tiger that was as black as ink roaring. Roar! As Du Xiaofu took out the jade bottle in his hand, the invisible aura of the essence blood spread out. The king-scaled demonic tiger's eyes suddenly trembled, and its tiger body trembled. It almost wanted to crawl. This aura seems to make me very uncomfortable. Suddenly, Du Xiaoqing said to Du Xiaofu with a serious face. Her ethereal eyes stared at the jade bottle in Du Xiaofu's hand. Even some faint aura fluctuations appeared around her beautiful figure. It was the first time that she had been so prepared, and the fluctuations were so intense. Little Qing, do you know what kind of demonic beast's essence blood this is? Du Xiaofu asked Du Xiaoqing. This girl was refined from the corpse of the headless tiger clan's demonic beast. Perhaps she knew the origin of the tiger clan's demonic beast expert. I don't know, I forgot. However, although this aura makes me very uncomfortable, it can't do anything to me. Du Xiaoqing's ethereal eyes only became serious for a moment. Immediately, she became relaxed again, and the aura around her body also quietly dissipated. Seeing this, Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly lit up. He said to Du Xiaoqing, Little Qing, big brother should be busy recently. The little tiger needs to consume the essence blood. Can you help to keep an eye on the little tiger? When the time comes, don't let anyone disturb the little tiger. Okay. Du Xiaoqing nodded her head. She didn't seem too unwilling. She would naturally do what Big Brother asked her to do. Little Yu forgot a serious matter. He thought that he had finished updating today and forgot that he still owed a chapter yesterday. He actually forgot to update today. He slept until 12 o'clock and suddenly remembered. He immediately got up and started to write. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Little Yu went back to sleep. Chapter 367. Under the scorching sun, the Peace Square was bustling with people. There were many discussions going on around the square, all about who was stronger between Du Xiaofu and the Conqueror spear Qin Guyu. Some people thought that Du Xiaofu was strong enough to capture even Ghost Claw, so he should have no problem dealing with Qin Guyu. Others thought that Qin Guyu was a veteran expert on the martial ranking, ranked 8th, and was not someone Du Xiaofu could deal with. The spectators were divided into two camps, unable to come to a conclusion. However, they were famous for their performance, so at most they argued loudly. In the large square, a tall and sturdy youth stood quietly, wearing a blue and white robe. His eyes were slightly closed, and he exuded a domineering aura. However, the crowd waited from dawn to sunset. For an entire day, Du Xiaofu did not show up in the face of Qin Guyu's duel. Since noon, the spectators had been in an uproar. Because Du Xiaofu did not show up, many students thought that Du Xiaofu did not dare to show up because he knew he was no match for Qin Guyu. In the end, everyone who had gone to the bustling Peace Square in high spirits returned in disappointment. At dusk, the sun set in the west, and the red clouds rolled in the sky. On a mountain not far from the Peace Square, many figures stood. They were General Budian, Jade Maiden Ling Xian, Gu Xinyan, Gu Hua, Wu Kei, Guo Xiaofeng, Li Yuxiao, and the others. "Looks like that guy doesn't plan on paying any attention to Qin Guyu," General said. "I wanted to see how strong that guy has become recently, but it looks like I won't be able to see it today," Li Yuxiao said softly. Li Yuxiao said softly. His dark red robe was particularly eye-catching under the glow of the sunset. "The Tianwu conference is about to begin. We should prepare well during this time," Gu Xinyan said, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. As night fell, the distant mountains and nearby trees, forests and hills all became hazy, as if covered by a veil. In a valley, the faint roar of a tiger could be heard. "Who?" Du Xiaofu's face was pale. It took a lot of effort to undo the seal. Only then was the king-scaled demonic tiger able to swallow the blood essence and refine it. However, the king-scaled demonic tiger found it difficult to withstand the impact of the demonic tiger's blood essence. It was constantly struggling and roaring. What kind of demonic beast's blood essence is this? The energy is so violent, and the pressure is so shocking. On a huge rock, Ouyang Shuang asked Du Xiaofu. Just the energy of the demonic tiger's blood essence alone was enough to make her tremble with fear. Even the vain spirit in her body faintly showed fear. "I don't know either. Hopefully, little tiger will be able to withstand it." Du Xiaofu didn't know what kind of bloodline the demonic tiger possessed. The blood essence was too violent, so he was worried for the little tiger. If the little tiger could continue to fight, then the benefits it would receive in the future would naturally be astonishing. Moreover, the little tiger was already showing signs of atavism. It had also consumed the blood related to the golden-winged rock in his body. Its future achievements were immeasurable. However, Du Xiaofu was also worried. If the little tiger couldn't withstand it this time, the consequences could be imagined. When the little tiger swallowed the dozens of drops of blood essence, Du Xiaofu immediately regretted it. He should have let the little tiger swallow half of the violent blood essence first. However, it was too late to regret it. Moreover, the dozens of drops of blood essence turned into a ferocious demonic tiger shadow with black runes. They were all swallowed by the little tiger. Du Xiaofu couldn't stop it even if he wanted to. It wasn't until late at night that the little tiger's roars became softer. It seemed that it had withstood the most violent impact of the blood essence. Du Xiaofu finally felt relieved and left. At the same time, he reminded Du Xiaoqing to come and check on the little tiger often. He didn't know how long it would take for the little tiger to refine the violent blood essence. When Du Xiaofu returned to the dormitory in the chores division, he heard about what happened at the Peace Square from Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, and Sun Ji. It was said that Qin Guyu left at dusk. He only said that he would continue to wait for Du Xiaofu the next day. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly when he heard this. It seemed that he didn't take it to heart. The four of them chatted for a while before returning to their rooms. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged on his bed. His mind was filled with thoughts, and his eyes were clear. Originally, he had promised the Medicine King that he would go to the chaotic demon city earlier. However, at this time, he coincidentally encountered the Academy's Tianwu conference. In addition, the Tianwu conference was related to the Tianwu talisman state. At that time, time would be accelerated by 10 times. Du Xiaofu didn't want to miss such an opportunity. Du Xiaofu originally planned to visit his eldest sister Du Xiaoman. However, he heard from Ouyang Shuang that his eldest sister Du Xiaoman was recently in seclusion in the Tianwu talisman state. He wouldn't be able to see her for now. After pondering for a while, Du Xiaofu formed a hand seal and began to circulate the incomplete cultivation method. After a while, Du Xiaofu's body was enveloped in a white light and emitted an ancient pressure. He was immersed in the cultivation of his mental power. The next morning, after Du Xiaofu stopped cultivating, he went to the Talisman Department's weapon department. Du Xiaofu had promised Vice Principal Zhuge yesterday that from today onwards, he would learn smithing from Vice Principal Zhuge. Although Du Xiaofu had learned a lot from his master, the venerable weapon master, in terms of the basic skills of refining weapons, he knew that he was weak. Therefore, he had the opportunity to learn smithing from Vice Principal Zhuge. This opportunity was exactly what he needed. Du Xiaofu had never been to the Talisman Department before. In fact, he wasn't familiar with the Tianwu Academy. However, along the way, Du Xiaofu asked a few seniors for directions and successfully arrived at the Talisman Department. It wasn't complicated. Along the way, many senior sisters and senior brothers were surprised and curious when they saw Du Xiaofu. The so-called Talisman Department was a courtyard in the academy. Everyone who stayed here was a talisman master. Anyone who walked out would have a high status in the outside world. Du Xiaofu entered the Talisman Department. Under many curious gazes, he asked a few seniors from the Medicine Department and successfully found his way to the Weapon Department. When he arrived at the entrance of the Weapon Department, Du Xiaofu was speechless. When he passed by the Medicine Department and Formation Department, Du Xiaofu felt that there wouldn't be many students in the two departments. At most, there would be 20 or so. However, the courtyards of the Medicine Department and Formation Department were still grand and simple. However, when he stood in front of the entrance of the Weapon Department, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but frown. The entrance of the Weapon Department was small and narrow, just like a chore house. There was a plaque with the words Weapon Department written on it that gave off a sense of desolation. It hung slanted on the entrance of the Weapon Department and might fall down at any moment. The entrance of the Weapon Department was even more deserted. Du Xiaofu stood there for a long time, but no one came out. In the end, he could only push open the door and walk in. "Junior brother, who are you looking for?" As for Du Xiaofu, when he entered the Weapon Institute, he saw a young man walking out of a simple but clean courtyard. This young man looked to be around 21 or 22 years old. He was thin and wore a plain robe. He should have a delicate and handsome face, but because his hair was a little messy and he didn't care about his appearance, it affected his image a lot. He wasn't old, but he had the feeling of an old scholar. "I'm a new student of the Weapon Department. I'm here to look for Vice Dean Zhuge." Du Xiaofu felt the young man's aura and was quite surprised. This young man's cultivation was actually at the peak of the 4-star perfection stage. It could be said that he wasn't weak. When the young man saw Du Xiaofu, he immediately said with great enthusiasm, "You're a new student. Why are you only here now? I originally thought that there wouldn't be any new students entering the Weapon Department this year. Let me introduce myself. I'm Han Chao. You can call me Senior Han. I'm a student from the previous year." "Greetings, Senior Han." Du Xiaofu nodded. There's no need to be polite. In any case, there are only 4 people in the Weapon Department, including you and me. Other than you and me, there's also your senior sister and senior brother. However, your senior sister rarely comes out and has always been researching weapon forging. That senior brother is the same. I'm afraid he hasn't shown his face for 3 months. Han Chao said. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu smiled slightly. This senior Han Chao was extremely enthusiastic, but the students of the Weapon Department all seemed to be a little strange. Then, under Han Chao's guidance, Du Xiaofu went to Vice Dean Zhuge's place. Along the way, he asked Han Chao a lot of questions about the Weapon Department. This senior Han Chao patiently explained it in detail, causing Du Xiaofu to have a good impression of him. "Junior Du, you're the only one who entered the Weapon Department this year. You have to work hard and fight for a place on the martial ranking. Junior Du, within the Heaven Martial Talisman Realm's enlightenment state, there's a lot of enlightenment regarding weapon forging. You mustn't be too impatient. You have to build up your foundation first before comprehending it. It'll be very beneficial for you in the future. Junior Du, the Martial Department, Medicine Department, and Array Department have always looked down on our Weapon Department. If we encounter any trouble, we should avoid it. After all, we're all from the same school. However, those guys from the Martial Department won't dare to offend us. There will be a time when they come to us for weapon forging. Junior Du, the Weapon Department is very big and there are very few students. Where do you live now? Do you want to move to the Weapon Department? Junior Du, if you have any questions about weapon forging in the future, you can come to me. Although my cultivation isn't high and my weapon forging achievements aren't too good, I should be able to teach you some basic skills. Along the way, Han Chao was full of enthusiasm and endless words. Towards the end, he didn't even need Du Xiaofu to open his mouth to ask, as he passionately explained everything inside and outside the Weapon Department to Du Xiaofu, including quite a bit of weapon forging knowledge. Du Xiaofu listened with a smile on his face. He didn't feel that this senior Han Chao was long-winded at all. Instead, he felt that this senior Han Chao was particularly amiable. After passing through a large courtyard, a quiet valley unexpectedly appeared. Within the valley, there were many courtyards hidden within the lush greenery. Chapter 368. Han Chao stopped and said to Du Xiaofu, Junior Du, we've arrived. Up ahead is Vice Principal Zhuge's courtyard. However, we are not allowed to enter as we please, or we will be punished. You were sent here by Vice Principal Zhuge, so of course it's fine. Go in. Thank you, Senior. Du Xiaofu thanked him, and then walked towards the valley. Han Chao really did not seem to dare to approach. After bidding farewell to Du Xiaofu, he turned and left. In a rather ancient-looking courtyard, there was a bit of a scorching aura in the air. Come in. Just as Du Xiaofu arrived in front of the valley and raised his head to look around, Zhuge Qianbang's voice also reached Du Xiaofu's ears. A moment later, in a place that should be a forging room, Du Xiaofu saw Zhuge Qianbang sitting cross-legged. Vice Principal Zhuge Qianbang still had that thatched face, looking like a savage. There was no aura rippling from his body. Greetings, Vice Principal Zhuge. Du Xiaofu bowed and stood to the side in a rather well-behaved manner. The Thunder Dragon, that his drunkard father had used back then was refined by this Vice Headmaster Zhuge in front of him. This made Du Xiaofu feel a bit closer to him. No need to be so polite. Vice Principal Zhuge smiled slightly, and then looked at Du Xiaofu, saying, You are also an artifact seal master. Are you interested in forging artifacts? Yes, so I joined the artifact department. Du Xiaofu nodded. How much do you know about forging artifacts? Zhuge Qianbang raised his gaze slightly, and there was some curiosity in his seemingly lifeless gaze. I know a bit, but I've never personally forged one before. Du Xiaofu was rather embarrassed. Although his master, the revered artifact master, had left behind all his life's comprehensions and knowledge, he had never had the chance to personally forge an artifact. In particular, his basic skills were rather weak. I have nothing to do anyway, so I'll talk to you about refining. When the time comes, you can try it out yourself. The expression on Zhuge Qianbang's face didn't change much. He directly began to explain refining to Du Xiaofu, starting from refining materials, refining experience, and other aspects, including many aspects. It was just that Du Xiaofu knew quite a lot about these things, and he could even supplement them with Zhuge Qianbang's explanations. Every time Du Xiaofu added something, especially in the aspect of refining, Zhuge Qianbang carefully pondered over it and immediately felt enlightened. He immediately looked at Du Xiaofu in doubt and surprise. Originally, it was Zhuge Qianbang's explanation to Du Xiaofu. Later, it became a discussion between the two of them. Even in the end, Zhuge Qianbang was shocked to find that Du Xiaofu was basically omniscient in the aspect of refining. Even he had never touched upon a lot of knowledge and experience in refining, which made Zhuge Qianbang feel shocked. Du Xiaofu was also rather surprised. In terms of the explanation of refining, this vice principal Zhuge and his master, the revered artifact master, were shockingly similar in many aspects. He was even close to catching up to his master in many aspects. No wonder Vice Principal Zhuge was a renowned artifact symbol master in the surroundings. Sure enough, it was true. The discussion between the two of them went on for longer and longer, as if they had forgotten the existence of time. In the end, Zhuge Qianbang began to let Du Xiaofu condense a spiritual furnace and a talisman cauldron to try refining the materials. This was one of the basic skills of artifact symbol masters. Refining artifacts was the same as refining spiritual medicines and spiritual fruits for medicine symbol masters. It required an extremely high level of mental control and fire control. Most of the tool talisman masters had this kind of control over their spiritual power and fire. A spiritual furnace and talisman cauldron with 5 kinds of energy. When Zhuge Qianbang saw the spiritual furnace and talisman cauldron condensed by Du Xiaofu, he was immediately shocked. With his eyesight, he naturally knew what this represented. Qi la la. A piece of 100 years fine iron was sucked into the spiritual furnace and talisman cauldron by Du Xiaofu, and was immediately wrapped in blazing flames. Du Xiaofu began to try refining the materials. There were a lot of materials in the refining room, and there was no lack of materials for Du Xiaofu to refine. In terms of basic skills, Du Xiaofu was really weak, and even he felt that he was lacking. However, in Zhuge Qianbang's eyes, he didn't feel that way at all. He really doubted whether this was Du Xiaofu's first time refining an artifact. In terms of control over the materials and fire control, it was definitely not something an artifact symbol master could achieve for the first time. Even some artifact symbol masters who could already refine spiritual artifacts might not necessarily be able to reach such a level of precision. The mental strength Du Xiaofu displayed also shocked Zhuge Qianbang. This was far from the boundless mental strength of a 4-star artifact symbol master. In terms of pure mental strength, it was almost comparable to a 5-star artifact symbol master. In particular, Du Xiaofu's mental strength, there was an ancient pressure that made his mental strength extraordinary, and it could even suppress one's soul. In the end, Zhuge Qianbang even let Du Xiaofu directly try refining an artifact. During the process, he also guided and explained seriously. Du Xiaofu and Zhuge Qianbang were in the refining room, and 3 days passed unknowingly. They were completely unaware of what was going on outside. At this time, many things had happened in the outside world during these 3 days. Among them, the matter that attracted the most attention was the duel between the overlord Qiangu Yu and Du Xiaofu. In addition to the previous day, Qiangu Yu had announced that he wanted to duel with Du Xiaofu over the past 4 days and had been waiting in the Peace Plaza for 4 days. However, Du Xiaofu didn't appear during these 4 days, causing Qiangu Yu to wait for 4 days. The number of spectators in the Peace Plaza decreased day by day. Because Du Xiaofu didn't appear for so long, many people who supported Du Xiaofu couldn't help but waver in their hearts. They reckoned that Du Xiaofu knew that he was lacking in manners and didn't dare to accept the duel because he wasn't as good as Qiangu Yu. The sun was setting in the west, and the setting sun was as red as blood. On the Peace Plaza, a tall and sturdy young man's eyes flashed coldly as he muttered, Du Xiaofu, since you don't want to give me face, don't blame me for being impolite. You will definitely appear obediently. Pay attention to the temperature. Temper the materials into steel and remove all impurities. Only then can the materials be refined to their strongest state. If you want to refine a spiritual weapon, you must know the difference between a spiritual weapon and an ordinary ice blade. A spiritual weapon isn't an inanimate object. A spiritual weapon is sentient. A good spiritual weapon definitely can't be forcefully refined. Let the remaining pure materials fuse together. Use your mental energy to control how you want them to fuse. Whether it's a blade or a sword, an arrow or a mace, or a spear, it's all up to the artifact talisman master. Zhuge Qianbang's voice constantly rang out from the artifact refining room. His voice was filled with excitement. Zhuge Qianbang couldn't help but feel excited as he looked at Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged in front of him and controlling the blazing lava in the cauldron. Perhaps today would be the first artifact talisman master in the history of Tianwu Academy to be able to refine a spiritual weapon on his first attempt. This was definitely a miracle. No one had ever heard of an artifact talisman master being able to refine a spiritual weapon on his first attempt. Bang! In the artifact refining room, the energy of the world suddenly fluctuated and converged like a whirlpool. Finally, it poured into the cauldron in front of Du Xiaofu. You have to stabilize it. Arrange the runes and start condensing the spiritual weapon. Zhuge Qianbang stood up excitedly and stared at Du Xiaofu's every movement in the cauldron. Suddenly, his expression changed greatly as he said, "Kid, what are you doing? Quickly condense the spiritual weapon. I'm going to try another refining method." Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered as he condensed one hand seal after another. His whole body was surrounded by a white radiance that seemed like a divine radiance, emitting an ancient pressure. Under Zhuge Qianbang's shocked gaze, Du Xiaofu condensed one hand seal after another. In the end, it started to reveal mysterious green-red runes. Aoo, faintly, the mysterious runes on Du Xiaofu's palm resounded with the cries of beasts, as if a flood dragon was soaring in the sky. Finally, a large amount of mysterious green-red runes converged in front of Du Xiaofu. The mysterious runes arranged themselves, condensed, evolved, and derived, before faintly transforming into a faintly discernible flood dragon phantom. Aoo! The flood dragon phantom was ferocious, overflowing with radiance and dazzling runes. It stirred up waves of air in the surrounding space. Ripples spread out, and its aura was like that of the king of all beasts. Profound Cloud Scarlet Flood Dragon. Zhuge Qianbang was astonished. That flood dragon phantom was actually a profound Cloud Scarlet Flood Dragon on the Heavenly Beast ranking. Profound Cloud Scarlet Flood Dragons with the bloodline of dragons were not ranked low on the Heavenly Beast ranking. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was condensing the mysterious runes of the profound Cloud Scarlet Flood Dragon. After Du Xiaofu killed Gu Yu's mount, the profound Cloud Scarlet Flood Dragon, its bones also fell into Du Xiaofu's hands. When he was in the dark forest, Du Xiaofu studied the bones of the profound Cloud Scarlet Flood Dragon when he had the time. Now that he was refining a spiritual weapon, Du Xiaofu suddenly wanted to try out his master's secret soldier technique. The secret soldier technique was able to refine the secret techniques and beast energy of demonic beasts into a spiritual weapon. By activating the spiritual weapon, one would be able to communicate with the beast energy and secret techniques, greatly increasing the power of the spiritual weapon. It was far from being comparable to a spiritual weapon or ice blade of the same level. However, to use the secret soldier technique to refine a spiritual weapon, the talisman master must first be proficient in the secret techniques of beast energy, which was definitely not an easy task for the talisman master. Thank you to a reader who directly woke Xiaoyu up. He had a slight cold, and after updating at noon, he took some cold medicine. He felt a little dizzy and overslept, causing the update to be late. There's one more update. Xiaoyu will immediately write and apologize to everyone. Chapter 369. Inside the cauldron, the runes were dazzling, and a large blade was faintly discernible. Du Xiaofu had condensed the materials into a large blade. Under the control of his mental force, the details of the large blade were condensed, and the large blade was condensed, releasing runes. Aoo! The profound Cloud Scarlet Flood Dragon's phantom roared, turning into a talisman that rushed into the cauldron, and the roars of a flood dragon resounded. Following the entrance of the profound Cloud Scarlet Flood Dragon's phantom into the spiritual stove symbol cauldron, Du Xiaofu wanted to fuse it with the Great Blade, but the two kinds of runes on the Great Blade and the profound Cloud Scarlet Flood Dragon immediately clashed against each other. Rumble, suddenly, the cauldron shook loudly. Pucci. Under such a collision, Du Xiaofu immediately felt a wave of dizziness and pain, before spitting out a mouthful of blood. His originally pale face immediately became deathly pale. Kid, quickly stabilize and proceed step by step. Otherwise, not only will the spiritual artifact be destroyed, but you will also suffer heavy injuries. Zhuge Qianbang said loudly, his gaze firmly fixed on Du Xiaofu's cauldron. Although he didn't know what Du Xiaofu was doing, with his eyesight, he seemed to be able to guess a thing or two. Condensing one hand after another, Du Xiaofu stabilized his mind, controlling the profound cloud scarlet flood dragon's talisman runes to fuse with the large blade. However, this process was a lot more difficult than Du Xiaofu had imagined. Rumble, the cauldron shook, and a large expanse of dazzling runes rushed out, faintly roaring like a flood dragon. Like this, several hours gradually passed, and Du Xiaofu once again spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He actually wants to fuse beast energy into a spiritual artifact. This kid is really daring. How could an ordinary person do such a thing? Zhuge Qianbang nervously watched from the side. In this process, he seemed to have discovered something, and his expression became more and more shocked. Suppress, fuse. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu let out a loud shout, and a peculiar hand seal was condensed, finally landing inside the spiritual furnace and talisman cauldron. Chi la la. The mysterious runes of the Xianyun Scarlet Dragon Talisman were finally suppressed and poured into the large blade. Ka, but at this moment, the runes inside the great blade surged, bursting out with a lot of terrifying runic energy, almost bursting Du Xiaofu's spiritual stove and symbol cauldron. Pucci. Right when that power was at its most berserk, Du Xiaofu finally managed to completely suppress it. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the spiritual furnace and symbol cauldron dissipated, turning into mysterious symbols that entered his body. Hula, a stream of light spread out and runes bloomed. There was a faint aura of a flood dragon contained within. The flowing light seemed to have a life of its own. The surrounding energy of heaven and earth began to fluctuate, as if it was gathering towards the flowing light. The faintly discernible dragon-like aura that spread out was enough to make those who were not strong enough tremble in fear. Spirit artifact, he really refined it into a spirit artifact. Shock surged in Zhuge Qianbang's eyes on his thatch-like stubble. Collect. Du Xiaofu looked at the floating ball of light. His face was deathly pale, and his clear eyes trembled. With a wave of his hand, an incorporeal attractive force surged out, and the ball of light was immediately collected in his hand, turning into a short blade. It was a short saber, not the large saber that had been condensed earlier. This short blade was only the size of a palm, long and square, with a wide back and a thin blade. A large amount of runes fluctuated on the surface of the blade, as if absorbing the fluctuations of energy in the surrounding space, forming an energy vortex in the space around the blade. On the surface of the blade, mysterious runes in the shape of a dragon could be faintly seen. It was clearly out of the ordinary, and its aura could make all beasts submit. Finally, the runes disappeared, and the flowing light dissipated. A square blade clearly appeared in Du Xiaofu's hand. Judging from its aura, it was definitely at the level of a spiritual weapon. However, its appearance was extremely crude. It was a good saber, but Du Xiaofu had refined it into a square saber that did not look like anything else. This is. I refined a kitchen knife. Du Xiaofu looked at the square blade in his hand. It was the first time in his life that he had refined a weapon, and it turned out to be a kitchen knife. In the end, he could only smile bitterly. The more he looked at it, the more it looked like a kitchen knife. Boy, let me see this blade. Zhuge Qianbang was shocked. He strode to Du Xiaofu's side, and his eyes were fixed on the kitchen knife in Du Xiaofu's hand. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly and handed the kitchen knife in his hand to Zhuge Qianbang. He originally wanted to refine a good blade, but it turned out to be a kitchen knife. Good blade. Although it is a little crude, it has reached the level of a true primary spirit artifact. On the blade, the energy of the Crimson Cloud Dragon is fused. It is far from a spirit artifact of the same level. Good blade, really good blade, except that it looks a little ugly. Zhuge Qianbang held the kitchen knife that Du Xiaofu had just refined and praised it. He was shocked that Du Xiaofu was able to refine a spirit artifact on his first attempt. He was also shocked that he could fuse the energy of the beast into the spirit artifact. Vice Dean, did I succeed? Du Xiaofu still had a bitter smile on his face. He guessed that a spirit artifact that no one had refined would end up as a kitchen knife in the end. When it was just refined, there was a mistake at the critical moment when the energy of the Crimson Cloud Dragon was fused into the spirit artifact. Du Xiaofu didn't control it, so the spirit artifact was refined into a kitchen knife. Success, of course it's a success. Zhuge Qianbang exclaimed. He looked at Du Xiaofu with shock in his eyes. If the outside world knew that he could refine a spirit artifact on his first try, how shocked would they be? That's good. Du Xiaofu heaved a sigh of relief. Being able to refine a spirit tool on his first try should not be considered as shameful. After all, he was a 4-star spirit talisman master. If it was too shameful, then it would be a very shameful matter. Suddenly, Zhuge Qianbang asked Du Xiaofu, was it your idea to refine beast energy into a spirit artifact, or did you have a talisman master to guide you? Actually, I have a talisman master, but my master has some matters to attend to and can't guide me personally. He can only pass on his experiences of refining and his life's comprehension. Among them is the method to fuse beast energy secret arts with spirit artifacts. However, it seems that I'm still far from being able to do it. Du Xiaofu didn't hide much from Zhuge Qianbang after some hesitation. So it really can be done. I've heard that there are talisman masters in the central province who can refine beast energy and secret arts into spirit artifacts. I've always thought it was just a rumor and doubted it. I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes today. Sure enough, there's always someone better, Zhuge Qianbang exclaimed. Vice Principal, if you're interested, I can study the refining method passed down by my master together with you. There are some parts that I can't comprehend in a short time. Maybe I'll need your guidance, Du Xiaofu said. Good boy, just say it directly if you want to benefit this old man. Don't beat around the bush. Are you worried about this old man's face? Zhuge Qianbang looked at Du Xiaofu, his lifeless eyes rippling with light. He handed the kitchen knife back to Du Xiaofu and said, how could this old man not be interested in that kind of refining method? It's hard to get even with 10,000 gold. Since you want to take advantage of this old man, I won't hesitate to take advantage of you. Du Xiaofu smiled. This vice principal was much more easygoing than he remembered. But you've used up a lot of energy, so you should rest and recover first. It won't be too late to study the refining method then, Zhuge Qianbang said to Du Xiaofu. Okay. Du Xiaofu nodded. He took out a jade slip and gave it to Zhuge Qianbang before leaving the refining room. He had used up a lot of energy, so he had to rest and recover. The jade slip contained the refining experience and puppet refining experience that he had given to Pil King Yi Wuming. Pil King Yi Wuming had obtained the refining experience and puppet refining experience, but the secret soldier art didn't have it. Of course, Du Xiaofu didn't dare to give the complete secret soldier art to Zhuge Qianbang. After all, without his master's permission, Du Xiaofu didn't dare to spread his master's painstaking efforts everywhere. He only kept the most important part. However, although it was only a part of what the master had learned in his life, it was shocking enough for any talisman master. And it was undeniable that Du Xiaofu had his own thoughts when he gave a part of the secret soldier art to Zhuge Qianbang. After Du Xiaofu left the valley, he saw Han Chao in the Weapon Institute. Junior Du, why is your face so pale? There are also bloodstains. Are you injured? Junior Du, I have a few healing pills here. They were given to me by the students of the Martial Arts Institute when they begged me to refine weapons. Quickly take them. Junior do, quickly adjust your breathing. Don't delay your recovery. Junior do, if you need anything, just tell me. Don't be shy. Facing Han Chao's endless words and care, Du Xiaofu couldn't refuse at all. Thinking that it would be inconvenient for him to adjust his breathing in the dormitory, he followed Han Chao's enthusiastic lead and found a separate courtyard in the vast and empty Weapon Institute. The courtyard was huge and there were many rooms. Especially with the mountain streams and water around it, it was verdant like a landscape painting. The environment was intoxicating. After the enthusiastic Han Chao left, Du Xiaofu found a room in the courtyard and sat cross-legged to adjust his breathing. I'm a little dizzy, so I wrote a little slowly. I only finished now. If you haven't slept yet, please rest early. I apologize again. Chapter 370. Huff. On the morning of the third day, Du Xiaofu spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. The aura around his body was retracted as he stopped his breathing exercises, his clear eyes flashing brightly. Junior brother Du, you've finally come out. Junior sister Li Shui has been waiting for you for an entire day and night. Just as Du Xiaofu tidied up and left the courtyard, he saw an excited senior brother Han Chao in the Weapon Institute. Li Shui. Du Xiaofu's brows twitched. Thinking of that irresistible girl, he immediately felt uneasy. However, he quickly muttered in his heart, why should I be afraid of that girl? I'm a man, why should I be afraid of being teased by that girl? That's just too cowardly. With this thought, Du Xiaofu gave himself a lot of courage. It's junior sister Li Shui. She seems to have come to find you for something urgent. She's already been waiting for you in the side hall for an entire day and night. Han Chao looked at Du Xiaofu and smiled mysteriously. Junior brother Du, do you and junior sister Li Shui have some kind of special relationship? I see that junior sister Li Shui is extremely anxious while waiting for you. Could it be that your relationship is not shallow, and she admires you? Or do you admire her? It's said that junior sister Li Shui has quite a few suitors among the students. If you succeed, you'll be bringing glory to our Weapon Institute. You must definitely grasp this opportunity well. Senior brother, I'd better go see what senior sister Li Shui is looking for me for. Du Xiaofu immediately extricated himself. However, he knew that once this senior brother Han Chao started talking, there would be no end to it. Junior brother Du, slow down. I'm not done yet. That junior sister Li Shui is really not bad. However, if you two really do get together, you must be careful. I'm afraid that quite a few people will come looking for trouble with you. In the side hall of the Artifact Institute, Du Xiaofu saw Li Shui who was sitting upright. Although she had changed her attire today, it was still as beautiful and hot as before. She wore tight shorts that just wrapped around her perky buttocks, revealing her slender and white long legs, and a gauze dress that accentuated her graceful figure. Her soft and supple waist, coupled with her firm and round perky buttocks, formed an exceptionally graceful and alluring arc. Junior brother Du, where's Han Chao? Upon seeing Du Xiaofu, Li Shui was the first to ask about Han Chao. Senior brother Han Chao should be behind me. Du Xiaofu said. He was puzzled in his heart. Didn't Li Shui come to find him? Why did she ask about Han Chao first? Good, quick, let's get out of here first. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Li Shui felt as if she had been pardoned. She immediately stood up and her graceful and seductive body directly appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. Without any hesitation, she pulled Du Xiaofu's hand and immediately ran out of the door. Senior sister Li Shui, why are you looking for me? Can you tell me first? Before Du Xiaofu could react, he was involuntarily pulled out of the door by Li Shui. Let's get out of here first in case Han Chao comes back. For some reason, Li Shui seemed to be extremely apprehensive of Han Chao. She pulled Du Xiaofu and ran away, afraid that Han Chao would chase after them. A moment later, after leaving the Talisman Institute, Li Shui stopped. She was panting slightly and her chest was slightly moving up and down, causing her originally exquisite curves to be even more perfect and alluring at this moment. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's gaze was involuntarily fixed on that alluring curve. We finally got rid of Han Chao. I listened to him for an entire day and it was like he was chanting scriptures. My ears are about to grow calluses. It was too scary. Li Shui took a long deep breath as if she had just been pardoned, as if she had just escaped from some dangerous place. She looked sideways at Du Xiaofu and saw that Du Xiaofu's gaze was fixed on her aroused curves. She said, "You're still looking. You look pretty honest. I think you're just a little pervert. You only have the heart but not the guts. Senior sister, you were the one who held my hand and refused to let go. How can you blame me?" Du Xiaofu looked at Li Shui and thought to himself. He was a man after all. This time, he could not be afraid of this woman. Otherwise, this woman would really think that he was easy to tease. What's wrong with holding hands? I let you take advantage of me for nothing. What else do you have to say? Li Shui glared at Du Xiaofu as a trace of embarrassment flashed across her eyes. She discreetly let go of Du Xiaofu's hand. Is this considered taking advantage of you? Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. This woman was the one who pulled him and ran outside. He really did not have the intention to take advantage of her. When Li Shui heard this, she could feel that Du Xiaofu was somewhat different today. Her alluring curves were slightly straightened as she purposely stuck close to Du Xiaofu. Her eyes were slightly raised as her gaze was filled with a teasing light. Her red lips were slightly parted, as though she wanted to entice Du Xiaofu to kiss her. Then what do you think would be considered as taking advantage? Looking at Li Shui in front of him, this woman was really too much of a bully. Du Xiaofu steeled his heart and clenched his teeth. He did not know where the courage came from, but he immediately waved his hand and slapped Li Shui's firm and round buttocks. His hand held her buttocks. They were firm and soft, with some elasticity. Du Xiaofu could not help but pinch them a few times. He thought to himself, at least this is considered taking advantage of me. Silence, the surrounding space suddenly became silent. Li Shui's attractive face suddenly froze. Her beautiful eyes were dazed, and then, in an instant, a rosy color climbed up. Her delicate face turned red with a schwa schwa sound. As if he felt the change in Li Shui, Du Xiaofu was also stunned. However, his hand was still tightly pinching Li Shui's firm buttocks. He seemed to have forgotten to let go and subconsciously pinched twice more. "Lecher, little pervert, let go of me." After a few breaths, Li Shui seemed to have reacted. She suddenly shouted, her beautiful face turned pale, and immediately retreated. "You were the one who asked me what is considered taking advantage of you. I was just demonstrating. How am I a lecher?" Du Xiaofu thought in his heart, his face was smeared with a trace of grievance. Li Shui retreated a few steps, her beautiful face turned pale and flushed. Although she was dressed a little brighter in the academy and had a more cheerful personality, she had never really gotten close to any boy. She did not know why, but she liked to tease this young man in front of her, who originally looked a little dull, and was even a little afraid of her. Who would have thought that today, this young man would suddenly be so bold and actually put his hand on her buttocks that had never been touched by anyone before? That was a private place. This brat must have been pretending in the past. When there are many people, he pretends to be a pure man. When there is no one, he reveals the true face of a pervert. Li Shui stared closely at Du Xiaofu. Looking at the face that was deliberately pretending to be wronged and innocent, she felt more and more that this young man must be faking it. Looking at Li Shui, Du Xiaofu slightly clenched his 5 fingers. Feeling the touch just now, it was really not bad. It seemed to be comparable to the touch of the woman in the dark forest in tight clothes. "Du Xiaofu, what are you thinking? Are you really a lecher?" Du Xiaofu stopped thinking and secretly scolded himself. Then, he looked at Li Shui, who did not dare to come closer, and said, "Senior Li Shui, why are you looking for me?" Oh no, hearing this, Li Shui remembered the important matter. Suddenly, her beautiful face turned serious. Looking at Du Xiaofu, she said, "Actually, I am here to apologize. If it were not for me, this would not have happened. You must go to the Peace Square immediately. If you are late, I am afraid that something unexpected will happen." What exactly happened? Looking at Li Shui's serious expression, Du Xiaofu also became serious. "You should know that Qin Guyu challenged you to a duel, right?" Li Shui raised her head and asked. "I know, but I did not go." Du Xiaofu nodded. Looking at Li Shui, he said, "This matter seems to have something to do with you, right?" "That's right. This matter started because of me, but I did not expect it to develop like this. This matter was originally between me and Qin Guyu, but it implicated you and Junior Ouyang Shuang." Li Shui looked at Du Xiaofu apologetically and said, "My family and Qin Guyu's family have been friends for generations. Therefore, both families have always hoped that I can be together with Qin Guyu. This is something that both families believe to be natural. Qin Guyu also believes this. Therefore, in the past few years in Tianwu Academy, whenever a male approached me, the consequences would be dire. However, I do not feel anything for Qin Guyu. I have told Qin Guyu before, but Qin Guyu is unusually persistent. Not long ago, I told him that I—" Li Shui paused for a moment, and her beautiful face turned slightly red. She then said to Du Xiaofu, "Not long ago, I told Qin Guyu that I like you and told him to stop bothering me. I thought that he would at most cause trouble for you once, and with your strength, you should not be afraid of him. However, I did not expect that he would challenge you to a duel. After waiting for 4 days, you still did not go, and then? What happened?" Du Xiaofu immediately asked. Since this matter was related to Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaofu could not help but worry. "Chang Guyu knows that you have a special relationship with Junior Ouyang, so he sent someone to challenge Junior Ouyang. Junior Ouyang couldn't refuse, or her name would be removed from the martial ranking." Li Shui looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "That guy is called Guoming. Originally, his cultivation was ordinary, and it was difficult for him to even enter the martial ranking. However, I heard that a year and a half ago, he accidentally obtained the inheritance of an expert and obtained great benefits. Now, he is already at the peak of the perfection of the pulse spirit stage. 3 days ago, he heavily injured the 93rd ranked Cold Blade Li Ji with a single move, and then issued a challenge to Junior Ouyang Shuang. Junior Ouyang Shuang's ranking has now risen to 92nd. Facing Guoming's challenge, according to the Academy's rules, she cannot refuse, or else she will be removed from the martial ranking. They have already said that if you don't hide, Guoming will heavily injure Junior Ouyang Shuang until you come out. When is Guoming's challenge?" Du Xiaofu's expression had long since turned gloomy. A wave of coldness fluctuated within his clear eyes, causing the surrounding space to tremble for no reason. Chapter 371. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. Just today, I already went to look for Qin Guyu, but even I can't stop him now. His goal is to force you out, Li Shui said apologetically. Guoming, Qin Guyu, Du Xiaofu muttered, a cold look on his face. The Peace Square was usually crowded, but recently, it had grown even more. Because the Tianwu conference was approaching, many seniors had issued challenges to the martial ranking. Those ranked lower on the martial ranking were naturally the primary targets. However, the academy had its own rules. After a student on the martial ranking accepted a challenge, they could refuse to accept another challenge for 2 days. However, after 2 days, they had to accept the challenge unconditionally. Otherwise, their name would be removed from the martial ranking, and the benefits of being on the martial ranking would be lost. The Peace Square was still crowded with spectators today. Bang bang bang, in the center of the square, a lithe figure and a grey-robed figure were clashing non-stop. Sword shadows shot out, saber light cut through the air, and muffled sounds of energy constantly rang out. I wonder if Ouyang Shuang can do anything to Guoming. I'm afraid it will be a little difficult. I heard that Guoming obtained an expert's inheritance, and his strength has skyrocketed. He didn't show much before, but recently, he's become a legend. Guoming is from Qianguyu. This time, he attacked Ouyang Shuang, and even threatened to deal a heavy blow if Du Xiaofu doesn't come out. It's a pity that Du Xiaofu hasn't come out yet. Looks like if Guoming wins this time, he won't go easy on Ouyang Shuang. Guoming has always been a vicious and merciless person. Discussions broke out all around the Peace Square, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the fight between the man and woman in the square. In a corner of the square, a dozen or so youths arrived. Their auras were faintly discernible, and they seemed extremely powerful. In the lead, a tall and burly youth stood quietly. His expression was calm, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Junior Ouyang, it's a pity you're still not strong enough. In the square, a yellow-robed youth flashed like lightning, instantly arriving in front of the lithe figure in front of him. His indifferent eyes glanced at the lithe woman in front of him. The large saber spirit weapon in his hand drew the energy of heaven and earth, and a sharp saber light slashed out. Walala! The blade light descended, and a swift and fierce aura engulfed the vast sky. Dazzling symbols flashed, and a strong wind wrapped around Ouyang Shuang's graceful figure. Ouyang Shuang raised her eyebrows with a serious look in her eyes. The long sword in her hand shot out, and runes surged out of the sword light, forming a spatial arc in the air. Before the tip of the sword, the sharp rune sword light swept out, passing through the obstruction of the air and directly touching the blade of the yellow-clothed youth. Ding! After the crisp sound, a fierce gust of wind swept out. The blade and the tip of the sword collided. The force of the blade was obviously much stronger, and the runes corroded the sword light. Ka, under the pressure of the powerful energy, the sword in Ouyang Shuang's hand was immediately pressed into a terrifying arc, as if it would shatter at any moment. Many people in the square broke out in cold sweat for Ouyang Shuang. Ouyang Shuang seems to be unable to contend against Guoming. Guoming's strength is truly astonishing. Many senior students gasped in surprise. Guoming had been silent in the academy for more than 3 years, but he had suddenly risen up. His strength was extraordinary. He was able to bend the long sword in Ouyang Shuang's hand with the strength of his blade. It was clear how terrifying his strength was. Chi, just as many gazes were filled with surprise, Ouyang Shuang did not panic in the face of danger. She gently tapped her feet on the ground, and the green runes on her long sword surged. Profound chi poured into the long sword, and suddenly, her strength soared. The runes were dazzling, and repelled the yellow-clothed youth's blade. With the help of the rebound, Ouyang Shuang's beautiful figure immediately soared into the air. At the same time, the long sword in her hand trembled, and in an instant, a total of 7 sword beams shot out. Swish swish, the 7 rays of sword light faintly contained a peculiar ripple that was accompanied by a powerful pressure. Immediately after, 7 sword lights gathered in front of Ouyang Shuang and swooped down from the sky. The 7 sword lights were pointed directly at the yellow-robed young man. The 7 sword lights seemed to be able to tear apart space. The runic sword lights brought along 7 arc-shaped fluctuations in the air as they descended from the sky, instantly enveloping the yellow-robed young man. Good, as expected of Ouyang Shuang, ranked 92nd on the martial ranking. Following Ouyang Shuang's series of reactions, from being suppressed to borrowing the momentum to instantly counterattack, and the might of her sword technique, many of the surrounding senior students couldn't help but burst into cheers. Humph! Your reaction is not bad. You're not weak, but your cultivation is a little lacking. Facing the 7 sword beams that Ouyang Shuang sent down from the sky, the yellow-clothed youth let out a muffled groan from his throat. Instead of retreating, his figure advanced, and an earth-shattering aura swept across the square. On the large saber spirit artifact in his hand, a terrifying profound chi surged and erupted. Waves of profound chi accompanied by runes wrapped around the large saber spirit artifact. The saber beam swept out, and the 7 saber beams instantly swept across the sky, resisting the 7 sword beams. The sword beams and saber beams confronted each other, and after a moment of stalemate, they dissipated in the air at the same time, and the energy swept across the sky and spread out. Swish swish. At the same time that the 7 sword beams were shattered, Ouyang Shuang's beautiful figure gently tapped on the air, drawing an alluring arc in the air. As if she was already prepared, her long sword once again slashed down, and an energy sword beam shot out again, directly sweeping towards the yellow-clothed youth like lightning. Let's end this quickly. The yellow-clothed youth's eyes were filled with a sneer, and a terrifying and crazy aura once again erupted from the large saber in his hand. That crazy and terrifying aura shocked the surrounding students. It turned out that Guoming's cultivation had actually reached such a powerful level. The large saber spirit artifact broke through the air, and directly landed on Ouyang Shuang's sword beam with a terrifying and crazy aura. Boom! The two collided, and a dazzling energy exploded with a thunderous muffled sound. The energy force frantically swept and rippled into the distance. Chi, amidst the energy ripples, the yellow-clothed youth's figure broke through the air, and instantly shot towards Ouyang Shuang. A sharp gale swept out, causing the air to automatically separate and ripple backwards. His speed was as fast as lightning. Ouyang Shuang's expression changed greatly, and her eyebrows knitted tightly. Her feet tapped on the air, and her body flew back dozens of meters like a swallow. However, in the end, her speed was still slightly slower than her opponent's. The yellow-clothed youth appeared, and a palm print had already been condensed and slapped out. It was almost in a barbaric manner, and under Ouyang Shuang's rapid evasion, it still directly hit Ouyang Shuang's shoulder. Boom! The palm landed, and a low muffled sound rang out. Ouyang Shuang fell backwards, and her feet finally landed on the plaza. Crack crack, cracks immediately spread out from the place where Ouyang Shuang's feet landed. She took 7 steps back, and the bluestone floor where her feet landed shattered. Pucci, when Ouyang Shuang stabilized her delicate body, she spat out a mouthful of dark red blood, and her face was pale. Ouyang Shuang raised her head to look at the yellow-clothed youth, who had also suddenly landed on the ground. In terms of cultivation level, Guoming was already at the peak of the perfect pulse spirit stage, and was probably only a step away from the martial marquis stage. The difference in cultivation level was too great, and it was difficult for her to cross it. Junior Ouyang Shuang, you're not my match. The yellow-clothed youth slowly walked towards Ouyang Shuang. The large saber in his hand was suffused with a sharp blade light, and his eyes were cold and arrogant. Although he had entered Tianwu Academy in the past 3 years, and his talent was extraordinary, he was not dazzling in Tianwu Academy, where geniuses gathered. He was not even able to enter the martial ranking. Everything had changed after he had obtained that expert's inheritance. His strength had skyrocketed. He had long since decided that he would step on the martial ranking to reach the position he wanted. The Tianwu Assembly was the best opportunity for him to make a name for himself in the empire. That's right, I'm not your match. You've won, and I've lost. From now on, the 92nd place on the martial ranking is yours. Ouyang Shuang wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth as she watched the yellow-clothed youth walk towards her. She then turned around and left. The yellow-clothed young man was stunned as he watched Ouyang Shuang leave. It seemed that he did not expect that Ouyang Shuang would actually admit defeat. She did not even activate her pulse spirit before giving up the fight. This seemed to be different from what he had imagined. Junior Ouyang Shuang, there's no need to be in such a hurry. I heard that your scarlet sky two-headed leopard pulse spirit is extraordinary. Why don't you let me see it? The yellow-clothed youth was stunned for a moment. He watched as Yang Shuang's beautiful figure was about to leave the stage. A cold glint flashed across his eyes, and his figure immediately rushed towards Yang Shuang. He did not plan to give up so easily. How could he go back on his word so easily? If Du Xiaofu did not come out, then he would not be courteous today. Chi la la. The yellow-clothed youth's figure flashed and appeared behind Yang Shuang in an instant. He moved his hand, and a sharp blade light shot out from the spiritual weapon broadsword in his hand. Suddenly, it slashed towards Yang Shuang's back. The sharp blade light swept through the air, and energy was released to seal and solidify the space. Yang Shuang did not expect Guoming to attack her from behind after she had admitted defeat. This was clearly against the Academy's rules. In a split second, it was already too late for Shi to defend or dodge. As the sharp blade light slashed down, Yang Shuang even felt a burning sensation from her back. Her beautiful face suddenly turned pale. Sneak attack from behind, who do you think you are? Suddenly, an indifferent and cold voice rang out from the plaza, and a purple-robed figure strangely appeared behind Yang Shuang. Chapter 372. When this cold and indifferent voice entered her ears, Yang Shuang's grave and pale face instantly heaved a sigh of relief. Swish, in that split second, under the attentive gazes of the crowd, a purple-robed voice instantly appeared behind Yang Shuang. Faced with Guoming's swift and fierce blade flash that had already swept towards Yang Shuang's back, the latter gently waved his long sleeves, causing a gust of wind to sweep out. In that instant, the purple-robed figure's hand, wrapped in golden talisman patterns, directly reached out from within his long sleeves. All of this happened at a speed that was dazzling to the eyes, and it was like a ghost. The palm that was covered in golden talisman markings directly grabbed onto Guoming's blade light, and in practically an instant, that fierce blade light was directly destroyed as easily as dry weeds. Crack crack, at this moment, the purple-robed figure took a step forward, leaving behind afterimages. His terrifying speed was like a flash of light. In the blink of an eye, he had rapidly closed in on Guoming. His forefinger and middle finger separated. Wrapped in a golden glow, he tightly clamped the tip of the large blade spiritual artifact. Guoming's expression changed greatly. Profound chi surged, wanting to pull out the large blade spirit weapon. However, to his surprise, his large blade spirit weapon was clamped between the other party's fingers. It was as steady as a boulder, completely unshakable. Who is this? How can he be so strong? In that instant, seriousness and shock surfaced on Guoming's face. For some unknown reason, a chill abruptly gushed out from his skin, while unease suddenly gushed out from his soul. Crack 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 crack. The purple-robed figure's gaze was gloomy. A terrifying power suddenly erupted from his two fingers, and the large blade spirit weapon in Guoming's hand directly started to crack. Crack crack crack, an extraordinarily valuable large blade spirit weapon immediately shattered into pieces under the shocked gazes of the crowd, crushed by the purple-robed figure with just two fingers. Just how powerful and terrifying was this kind of strength? Crack, the spiritual weapon broadsword was directly shattered, but the purple-robed figure did not stop at all. Guoming violently spat out a mouthful of blood because the spiritual weapon broadsword was shattered. Just as he was about to explosively retreat, he discovered that the purple-robed figure had already appeared in front of him like a ghost. His eyes revealed a resolute face. His clear eyes flickered with a chilling light, swift and intimidating, causing one's hair to stand on end. The purple-robed figure raised his head, revealing Du Xiaofu's currently cold and indifferent face. His right hand directly grabbed Guoming's right hand, which had been holding the blade, at an unbelievable speed. Golden talisman secret engravings erupted. After which, an enormous force gushed out from his hand and violently pulled. Gotcha. Under the astonished and astounded gazes of everyone present, Guoming's right arm was instantly torn off from his shoulder, causing a bloody mist to spray out and spray onto the square. Ah! A miserable wail immediately came out of Guoming's mouth. In an instant, his face twitched in intense pain. Bang! However, this was not the end of the matter. On Du Xiaofu's indifferent face, a chilling light flickered in his eyes. His left hand was tightly clenched into a fist. Golden talisman secret engravings wrapped around his left hand, and an enormous amount of energy was mixed with it as it ruthlessly smashed towards Guoming's lower abdomen. Boom! Wherever the fist passed, the air would explode endlessly. In the end, under the horrified gazes of the surrounding Tianwu Academy students, the fist solidly smashed into Guoming's lower abdomen. Chi 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 chi, the terrifying energy contained a tyrannical force, causing Guoming's body to be thrown into the air. His body was like a fragile kite as he was sent flying. Boom! In the end, Guoming's body landed on the square far away, causing the ground to tremble. Cracks continuously appeared on the surface of the ground. Poochie poochie, Guoming landed on the ground with blood dripping from his body. His mouth was filled with foam, and his face twitched malevolently like a dying beast. His eyes were lifeless and lifeless. The surrounding space suddenly turned silent. It wasn't difficult for everyone to understand that even if Guoming didn't die, he was already crippled. His God Watchtower was definitely shattered. Even if he managed to survive, he would suffer a fate worse than death. Goo goo, it took a long time for the crowd to regain their senses. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. When they saw the purple-robed figure clearly, their gazes changed greatly. Du Xiaofu, it's Du Xiaofu. He finally appeared. He crippled Guoming the moment he made his move. A commotion broke out among the crowd. Only then did Li Shui rush to the square. When she saw Guoming on the square, who was already doomed, her face turned pale. At a corner of the square, a dozen or so youths stood together. Their eyes were also filled with astonishment. The leader of the dozen or so youths was a tall and sturdy youth. At this moment, he was staring intently at the purple-robed youth who had suddenly appeared on the square. His eyes suddenly began to emit a sharp fluctuation. Are you all right? On the square, Du Xiaofu did not even spare a glance at Guoming. He immediately strode to the side of Ouyang Shuang, who was also rather shocked at this moment, and asked. I'm fine. Ouyang Shuang regained her senses, her big eyes looked at the twitching Guoming in the distance, then looked at Du Xiaofu, and said worriedly, You seem to have caused trouble again. It's good that you're fine. Du Xiaofu did not mind, and said to Ouyang Shuang, Don't worry, that guy won't die, but he can forget about touching you in the future. He broke the Academy's rules first, I crippled him, and the Academy has nothing to say. Junior Ouyang, are you alright? It's all my fault for causing trouble. I didn't expect to implicate you guys. I'm really sorry. Li Shui hurriedly jumped to the square and arrived beside Ouyang Shuang. Seeing that Ouyang Shuang seemed to be fine, she heaved a sigh of relief. Don't worry, I'm fine. This matter can't be entirely your fault. Ouyang Shuang smiled, not intending to blame Li Shui. You guys can leave. I still have things to take care of. Looking at Ouyang Shuang and Li Shui, Du Xiaofu indicated for them to leave first. Then you be careful. Ouyang Shuang nodded, as if she knew what Du Xiaofu wanted to do, and then Li Shui left with small steps. As he watched the two girls leave, Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across the plaza. Suddenly, his purple robe fluttered as he shouted, Who is Qian Guyu? Get the hell up here. The sound waves rippled out along with the surging profound energy, reverberating in the surroundings of the plaza. It was enough for everyone in the huge plaza to hear it clearly. Is Du Xiaofu finally going to make a move? As Du Xiaofu's voice spread out, the surrounding onlookers were in an uproar. Numerous gazes immediately looked towards the corner of the square in unison, towards the tall and sturdy young man who was surrounded by over 10 young men. Under the gazes of the crowd, the gazes of the dozen youths behind the tall and sturdy youth fluctuated as they all looked at the tall and sturdy youth. At this moment, under the gazes of the surrounding academy students, the tall and sturdy youth raised his head and looked at the purple-robed youth in the plaza. Suddenly, the profound energy beneath his feet erupted, and his figure immediately swept through the air like lightning. In a flash, he suddenly landed on the plaza less than a few meters in front of Du Xiaofu. Boom! As the youth landed, the entire ground trembled as cracks spread out from his feet. His originally handsome face was now slightly cold as he stared coldly at Du Xiaofu. He sneered, "You're Du Xiaofu. Looks like you're the so-called Overlord Spear, Qiangu Yu." Du Xiaofu looked at Qiangu Yu before him. His invisible aura fluctuated as though it was capable of affecting the surrounding space. Qiangu Yu was ranked 8th on the martial ranking, and his reputation wasn't undeserved. Just as Ouyang Shuang had mentioned, he had reached the late stage of the martial marquis stage. Don't think that you can act arrogantly in Tianwu Academy just because you killed some random people in the dark forest. You finally have the guts to show yourself today. Qiangu Yu coldly stared at Du Xiaofu and said, "Let's duel. If you win, Li Shui will be yours. If you lose, I'll teach you a lesson that you'll never forget. I'm not interested in your so-called duel, and this matter has nothing to do with anyone. Do you think that I have to show up just because you want to duel? Who do you think you are? You think too highly of yourself." Du Xiaofu coldly replied. His gaze gradually turned cold as he continued, "I originally wanted to ignore you, but you shouldn't have touched my bottom line. Since you dared to touch the people around me, prepare to pay the price today. Since you want to play, I'll play with you today." Hearing this, Qiangu Yu's gaze gradually turned even colder, and his expression turned even uglier. Du Xiaofu didn't place him in his eyes at all. His arrogant expression and sinister gaze were like that of a venomous snake, and his aura slowly fluctuated. Suddenly, a powerful aura burst out from his tall and sturdy body. Walala! The aura burst out like a storm, sweeping across the square in an instant. Dust and gravel were swept away, and the shockwave was like a dragon soaring into the sky with a domineering aura. Du Xiaofu, you'll pay the price for your words. Believe me, I, Qiangu Yu, will definitely make you pay the price. Changgu Yu's gloomy voice reverberated throughout the square. His voice was so cold and sinister that even the students in the square felt a chill run down their spines. Everyone could tell that Du Xiaofu had completely angered Overlord Spear, Qiangu Yu. Today's update is complete. Chapter 373. The gazes of all the academy students in the square fell on the purple-robed youth with a broadsword on his back. That Du Xiaofu could easily cripple Guoming, who had almost stepped into the martial lord realm, but could he really do anything to the Overlord Spear Qiangu Yu? After all, Qiangu Yu was ranked 8th on the martial ranking, stronger than Fire Blade Biming Feng and the others. Stop being noisy, make your move. A cold smile also appeared on Du Xiaofu's face. He took a small step forward, his purple robes fluttering slightly. Waves of faint golden profound energy rippled where his feet touched the ground, and cracks quietly spread out on the limestone floor of the square. Without question, Du Xiaofu was also angry. Everyone had a reverse scale and a bottom line, and Du Xiaofu's bottom line and reverse scale were the people by his side. Whoever dared to touch the people by his side or have any ideas about them was touching Du Xiaofu's bottom line, touching Du Xiaofu's reverse scale. Guoming wanted to touch Ouyang Shuang today, and Du Xiaofu knew that all of this was the doing of this Overlord Spear Qiangu Yu before him. He did not intend to be polite in his heart. Originally, there was nothing to gain, so he did not want to bother with this person. But now that this Qiangu Yu dared to touch the people by his side, he could not ignore this person. At this moment, sensing the aura rippling from Du Xiaofu's body, many of the surrounding students were moved. That guy really was, as the rumors said, his cultivation level was not high, but his strength was terrifying. You do have some strength. Qian Guyu was a little surprised when he felt Du Xiaofu's aura. No wonder this Du Xiaofu could cripple Guoming so easily, and also catch Li Xue's eye. But today, in front of all the students, he had to let everyone know that no matter how much a new student jumped around, how could he be a match for him? His gaze was gloomy as he looked at Du Xiaofu. The ancient jade handprint began to condense, and waves of yellow light profound qi surged out from his body. In an instant, it fluctuated in the surrounding space, causing the surrounding ground to tremble slightly. Boom! In just a short time, a faint yellow light enveloped Qian Guyu's body like a flowing yellow liquid. The yellow light continued to overflow, and it was extremely mysterious. Great Earth Shield, Qian Guyu's ultimate defensive technique. It's specifically used to defend against opponents with great brute strength. It seems like Qian Guyu knows Du Xiaofu very well. That's why he set up the Great Earth Shield right off the bat. On the edge of the square, Li Xue was staring at the ancient jade. She then turned to Ouyang Shuang and asked, "Ouyang, what do you think? Can that little boy resist the ancient jade?" Ouyang Shuang's big eyes moved slightly, and she frowned slightly. "I don't know either. I don't know what level he's at now. The defense seems to be pretty good." Du Xiaofu's eyes moved slightly as he looked at the faint yellow profound energy barrier around Qian Guyu's body. The 8th on the martial ranking was indeed worthy of his reputation. However, Du Xiaofu had never had any misgivings when it came to defense. The faint golden profound energy around his body rippled and stretched out, and one could faintly notice golden talisman markings spreading out from his exposed skin. "Little boy, make your move. Otherwise, people will say that I'm bullying a new student." Qian Guyu sneered. Judging from Du Xiaofu's aura, he could tell that Du Xiaofu was only at the pulse spirit realm, and not only that, he wasn't very strong. It seemed that his strength was exaggerated. No matter how strong he was, how strong could a mere pulse spirit stage practitioner be? Luck probably played a significant role in his reputation. This only proved that he was a lucky brat. But this time, in front of Qian Guyu, his luck was destined to end. "It's already shameless of you to challenge me to a duel at your age. Why do you have to make it sound so noble? Of course, I'll fulfill your wish today." Du Xiaofu's lips curved into a cold smile. He looked at Qian Guyu and said, "Since you're the one who wants to duel with me, I'll let you make the first move. I'll let you be even more shameless." Qian Guyu is a senior, and he's much older. He has the advantage. In that case, Qian Guyu seems to be a little shameless. As Du Xiaofu's words fell, there was no lack of students around the square who were gossiping. "Little boy, you're still boasting shamelessly when disaster is about to befall you. You're asking for it." Hearing the discussions around him, Qian Guyu's face darkened to the extreme. Light yellow profound energy surged from the soles of his feet, and a powerful energy muffled sound came from the soles of his feet. Then, under the shocked gazes of the surrounding people, his tall and sturdy figure turned into an afterimage and shot towards Du Xiaofu like a bolt of lightning. A billowing aura and pressure crossed the short distance of a few meters and suddenly pressed down on Du Xiaofu. Looking at the figure that flashed over in an instant, Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed. The surrounding light golden profound energy was unobstructed and swept out with a loud bang. It was like a fierce beast that had awakened, and its aura erupted. Boom! Both of them were extremely powerful auras. Before they even exchanged blows, their auras had already collided with each other. The collision of the two auras seemed to be invisible, but it was exceptionally ferocious. A muffled sound of energy, like a thunderclap, suddenly resounded throughout the square. Walala, terrifying waves of air rapidly shot out from the collision of the two auras. Chi! The short distance of a few meters was almost instantaneous for a martial lord realm cultivator. Like a bolt of lightning, Qian Guyu's figure appeared, and a hint of viciousness appeared on his rather heroic face. The fist in his hand was wrapped in yellow talisman mysterious runes, and it was dazzling like a sun. In an instant, a vortex of energy surged around him, forming a huge energy storm that suddenly exploded towards Du Xiaofu. Rumble, this punch caused the surrounding space to tremble violently. Wherever the fist passed, the runes dazzled, and the deafening muffled sound of energy resounded through the square. Suddenly, the cracks on the ground of the square suddenly spread out in all directions like a spider web. The terrifying pressure and ferocious aura on the fist suppressed the sky, and in an instant, Du Xiaofu, who was close by, was directly frozen in space and swept into it. Violent Earth Fist, Qiangu Yu's ultimate move. Qiangu Yu used all of his strength in this one move to defeat Du Xiaofu in one move. Violent Earth Fist, that's a martial technique at the marquis level. I didn't expect Qiangu Yu to have mastered it. He used his ultimate move right off the bat. Qiangu Yu doesn't want to defeat Du Xiaofu in one move, he wants to cripple Du Xiaofu in one move. The instant Qiangu Yu made his move, the faces of the surrounding students turned pale. Qiangu Yu had used his ultimate move right off the bat, and he had no intention of letting Du Xiaofu go so easily. Everyone was worried. Although Du Xiaofu was extraordinary, could he really contend with Qiangu Yu, a veteran in the top 10 of the martial ranking? At this moment, all eyes fell on the purple-robed figure with a broadsword on his back. A terrifying gale swept out, and the purple-robed youth with the broadsword on his back and long black hair behind his back fluttered in the wind. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Du Xiaofu made his move. His hand seals changed rapidly, and then he opened his palm. Golden light surged out like a fan, and mysterious runes flickered on his palm. In the blink of an eye, his hand viciously slammed toward Qiangu Yu's fist. Crackle. Wherever his hand passed, it was as if an arc-shaped golden space was condensed around his palm. In the space around his palm, golden runes were densely packed, layer upon layer, like the wings of a rock. Boom! A domineering aura erupted from Du Xiaofu's body like a volcanic eruption, causing the space around him to tremble. Then, his hand viciously slammed into Qiangu Yu's fist. As the hand seal slammed into Qiangu Yu's storm-like fist, a terrifying wave of energy rippled out from the point of contact. There was no deafening explosion, only the two terrifying waves of energy that bloomed like fireworks in the square. Crackle, the energy storm around Qiangu Yu's terrifying fist was instantly destroyed. Du Xiaofu's hand landed on Qiangu Yu's fist. Qiangu Yu's fist was destroyed by Du Xiaofu's fist, and Du Xiaofu's fist collided with it. Qiangu Yu's brows furrowed, and the terrifying power in his fist was completely destroyed by the golden hand seal. The terrifying energy rippled out, and Qiangu Yu's clothes were torn apart. His hair was disheveled, and his fist began to tremble. Intense pain surged through his body, and it felt like his fist was about to shatter. Crackle, Qiangu Yu's face was filled with shock, and his disheveled body immediately retreated. Humph! Du Xiaofu snorted coldly, and his figure flickered like a god. The golden hand seal followed closely behind him, and with the force of a bolt of lightning, it viciously slammed into Qiangu Yu's yellow defensive light barrier. Crack crack, under such a heavy blow, the stalemate lasted for a moment before the yellow light barrier around Qiangu Yu crumbled and shattered into runes. Bam bam! Qiangu Yu was also pushed back by a powerful force, and it took him a dozen steps to disperse the terrifying force. Wherever his feet passed, the ground was pulverized. When Qiangu Yu stabilized his body, his hair was disheveled, his face was pale, and a trace of blood was seeping out from the corner of his mouth. In just one move, not only did Qiangu Yu fail to defeat Du Xiaofu, but he was also injured by Du Xiaofu, and even his defense was destroyed. The square was silent, and only the aftermath of the energy ripples were still spreading. Everyone was dumbfounded, and they couldn't believe what they had just seen. Chapter 374. He's so strong. Li Shui's jaw dropped. She was well aware of Qian Guyu's strength. He was close to the peak of the martial marquis realm. Even the martial marquis of the mystical marquis realm would be no match for him. Who would have thought that Du Xiaofu would be able to defeat Qian Guyu with a single blow? Did you see that? Our third bro didn't even bother to fight before. Qian Guyu is nothing compared to the Overlord Spear. Sun Ji, who was in the crowd, suddenly burst into laughter after recovering from his shock. His heart was filled with relief. Many people had said that Sun Ji was afraid of the ancient jade and didn't dare to show up. Now, he was laughing heartily. Qian Guyu stared at Du Xiaofu with a dark expression. He had never thought that he would be defeated with a single blow. How was he going to survive in the academy? Bastard! Qian Guyu roared in his heart. He shook his arm, and a yellow spear appeared in his hand. Boom! Runes surged as the spear appeared, and the energy of heaven and earth in the surroundings began to surge, as if it was gathering towards the spear. A domineering aura emanated from the spear, and the nearby students shuddered and retreated. That's the Overlord Spear, a semi-talisman weapon. It's said that it's the closest spiritual weapon to a talisman weapon. Qian Guyu is going to fight with his life on the line. Everyone looked at Qian Guyu. With the semi-talisman weapon Overlord Spear in his hand, Qian Guyu's aura suddenly surged. With the half-talisman weapon Overlord Spear, who knew how many people of the same cultivation level had been defeated by him. Back when he was training in the Dark Forest, he had also killed experts of the martial marquis mysterious level. Therefore, when he heard that Du Xiaofu had captured Ghost Claw, he did not feel anything. He channeled all of his profound energy into the Overlord Spear in his hand, and the space around Qian Guyu began to twist and distort. The runes sparkling on the Overlord Spear started to glow with a strange yellow brilliance. As though it was alive, the runes started to spread out, seemingly absorbing the energy fluctuations in the surrounding space, causing an energy vortex to form in the space around the spear. Gales howled around the plaza, causing sand and pebbles to fly about, as though they wanted to devour everything in their path. Terrifying energies rumbled as they converged towards the Overlord Spear. Clang! He stomped his spear viciously into the ground, causing the ground to tremble and cracks to appear. Dazzling yellow runes erupted from his body, threatening to shatter the space around him. Qian Guyu stared straight at Du Xiaofu as he said in a domineering voice, "Use your weapon, Du Xiaofu. My Overlord Spear will show you that you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me." Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes as he shot a glance at Qian Guyu. "You're so noisy again. If you want to fight, then hurry up. You'll regret this." Qian Guyu's body trembled as he brandished his Overlord Spear. A terrifying aura erupted from his body as he stepped forward. A dazzling and domineering spear projection erupted from his body as he roared, "Overlord Spear." As Qian Guyu's voice trailed off, the energy vortex around the Overlord Spear abruptly faltered, and the ground in the plaza was reduced to dust right before everyone's astonished eyes. Immediately thereafter, a vast expanse of spear projections surged through the air with ferocious power. Whoosh whoosh. The spear projection was as fast as lightning, and the yellow brilliance on the tip of the spear erupted like a torrential flood. The dazzling yellow spear projection that blotted out the sky tore through the air like a bolt of lightning, bringing with it a sharp sonic boom. The entire plaza trembled violently as the spear projection passed through it, and long cracks spread across the plaza like a river. What a powerful Overlord Spear, Qian Guyu. The Overlord Spear seems to be a marquis-rank mystery realm martial skill. The surrounding students' expressions turned grave as they sensed Qian Guyu's strength. The Overlord Spear was a half-practitioner weapon, and it was a marquis-rank mystery realm martial skill. Furthermore, Qian Guyu himself was extraordinary. Even a marquis-rank mystery realm martial skill would be killed by this spear. Whoosh whoosh, the spear projection swept through the air, and energy rippled as it shot toward Du Xiaofu. It tore through the air like a bomb, and the sound of sonic booms rang out endlessly. Du Xiaofu's eyes twitched as he was engulfed by the domineering spear light. As the target of the attack, he could clearly feel the terrifying attack. No wonder he was ranked 8th on the martial ranking. Such strength was definitely extraordinary. Roar! Just as Qian Guyu's spear was about to reach him, Du Xiaofu also made his move. A kitchen knife appeared in his hand, and golden profound qi poured into it. Immediately, resplendent green and red runes gushed out from the kitchen knife, faintly accompanied by the roar of a flood dragon. Looking at the spear projection that was already in front of him, Du Xiaofu's face revealed a sneer, and the kitchen knife immediately slashed at the spear projection. Roar roar! As the knife slashed out, the space suddenly fluctuated, and green and red runes filled the sky. Suddenly, a huge profound cloud scarlet flood dragon phantom swept through the air. The profound cloud scarlet flood dragon roared, and light overflowed, causing the surrounding space to surge like waves. The ripples spread out, and the aura was like the king of all beasts, causing the surrounding space to tremble. In a short instant, the profound cloud scarlet flood dragon's phantom directly engulfed the former spear light, and the two collided in midair. A muffled sound like thunder resounded, and a terrifying force swept out, causing the space to tremble violently. Rumble, under the terrifying power, the surge was terrifying. With such a terrifying energy pressure, the air in the surrounding space of the square was also crushed and scattered, forming a vacuum. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, the huge profound cloud scarlet flood dragon phantom destroyed the spear projection, and directly coiled around Qian Guyu's overlord spear. Runes burst out, suppressing the sky. Qian Guyu wanted to withdraw, but the overlord spear in his hand was entangled by the flood dragon, and could not be moved. Swish! Then, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in Qian Guyu's eyes, and the kitchen knife in his hand directly slashed down. The blade projection expanded in his eyes, and fiercely slashed horizontally at the overlord spear. The blade projection fell with unparalleled dominance, and like a cannonball, it caused sparks to flash, and runes to dazzle and soar into the sky. Crack crack! Under the huge force, the spear trembled, and then was directly cut in half. The half-talisman weapon overlord spear was actually cut in half by Du Xiaofu's brute force. The kitchen knife cut the spear, and lightning flashed all the way. Puchi! The overlord spear shattered, and Qian Guyu's eyes were filled with shock and fear, and he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. And at the same time that the overlord spear was cut in half, Du Xiaofu's figure flickered unpredictably, and even as Qian Guyu was pushed back, he still managed to close in on Qian Guyu. Oscillating fist. Golden light flashed in Du Xiaofu's eyes, and suddenly, a cold light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, the 5 fingers of his left hand suddenly clenched into a fist, and a powerful burst of energy erupted. Golden runes quickly gathered on his fist, and in the blink of an eye, he viciously slammed it into Qian Guyu's chest. Bang bang bang! Muffled sounds rang out one after another, and there were a total of 13 explosions. Astonishing waves of energy overlapped, and the momentum multiplied, like a shockwave, finally slamming into Qian Guyu's chest. The shocking impact of the shockwave was like a thunderclap that rang out endlessly. Qian Guyu's body was instantly sent flying like a bird with broken wings, and his body finally crashed to the ground. Crack crack! The terrifying force of the shockwave blasted the ground, and the cracks in the ground grew deeper and deeper. The ground shook and the mountains shook, and the ground trembled. Du Xiaofu's face was expressionless as he took a step forward and stomped Qian Guyu's body into the rubble. Qian Guyu spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with some of his shattered organs. Ah! Qian Guyu let out a miserable shriek. Humph! Du Xiaofu raised his foot, waved his arm, and bent his palm slightly. A suction force surged, and Qian Guyu's body was sucked into his palm. Du Xiaofu grabbed Qian Guyu's throat with his claw. Overlord spear Qian Guyu, now you should know why I didn't bother with you. It's because you don't have the right to fight me. Du Xiaofu's lips curled into a mocking smile as he looked at Qin Gu Yu indifferently. With his claw on Qin Gu Yu's throat would be snapped if he exerted a little force. Qin Gu Yu, who was still arrogant just a moment ago, finally showed fear in his eyes. He was ranked 8th on the martial ranking, and his overlord spear was cut in half by a kitchen knife. Only now did Qin Gu Yu realize the extent of the purple-robed youth's strength. He didn't want to bother with Qin Gu Yu because he was afraid of Qin Gu Yu, but Qin Gu Yu continued to pester him like a clown. Now, it was too late for regrets. The entire plaza was silent, and everyone's eyes trembled. Who would have thought that Qin Gu Yu, who was arrogant just a moment ago, would become an ant in the blink of an eye? The mighty overlord spear Qin Gu Yu was nothing in front of Du Xiaofu. Only now did the students realize that Du Xiaofu didn't care about Qin Gu Yu because he was a veteran on the martial ranking, but because he didn't care about Qin Gu Yu at all. However, Qin Gu Yu didn't give up, and now, he was humiliating himself. Whoosh whoosh, in the distance of the Peace Square, a large number of flowing light figures were approaching. Waves of powerful auras swept out, and the first few flowing light figures directly landed on the square. Chapter 375. Several figures appeared, led by Elder Liao, Murong Shi, Shangguan Xiong, and Elder Fu. Many of the instructors also landed in a panic, their eyes filled with shock. Greetings, elders. The surrounding students immediately bowed respectfully. They hadn't expected that even the elders would be alerted. Several elders landed on the square and looked around. Looking at the ant-like Qin Gu Yu and the crippled Guo Ming in the distance, their faces twitched and they couldn't help but inwardly gasp. Du Xiaofu, you've already won. Release Qin Gu Yu first. Murong Shi's eyes narrowed. He was truly afraid that this brat would stir up trouble again after settling the academy's matter. Elder Liao's eyes also darkened as he looked at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu, release him now. You can't do this again. Du Xiaofu looked at the elders who had arrived, then at Elder Liao. Elders, Qin Gu Yu challenged me. I accepted the challenge today. This isn't against the Academy's rules, is it? Of course it's not against the Academy's rules. However, if you intentionally take someone's life, then it's against the rules, Elder Liao said. I know the Academy's rules. Of course I won't take his life. Du Xiaofu looked at Elder Liao with a cold smile. He then looked at Qin Gu Yu and said, I originally wanted to ignore you, but you shouldn't have touched the people around me. The Academy forbids killing, so I'll spare your life today. However, you've crossed my bottom line, so you must pay the price. Qin Gu Yu looked at Du Xiaofu's cold smile in fear. He seemed to sense something, and his eyes trembled violently. A chill surged from the depths of his soul, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. Du Xiaofu, what are you trying to do? Stop! Sensing that Du Xiaofu was about to make a move, Elder Liao roared and stomped his foot on the ground. Then, he pounced on Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu grabbed Qin Gu Yu's neck with his right hand and punched Qin Gu Yu's abdomen with his left hand before hurling Qin Gu Yu's body toward Elder Liao. Chi la la, Elder Liao's expression changed drastically. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Qin Gu Yu with a gentle force. Then, he landed on the square. The violent force from Qin Gu Yu's body caused cracks to appear on the ground beneath Elder Liao's feet. Puchi, Qin Gu Yu, who was held in Elder Liao's hand, was currently coughing up blood. His breathing was extremely weak, and his eyes were filled with helplessness and resentment. Looking at Qin Gu Yu, Elder Liao knew what had happened. Qin Gu Yu, who was ranked 8th on the martial roll, had his cultivation crippled by Du Xiaofu. Huff! Elder Liao took a deep breath and looked up at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu, you went a little too far. Elder Liao, he won't die. I didn't break any of the Academy's rules by crippling his cultivation, did I? Du Xiaofu looked at Elder Liao with a complicated expression. As for crippling his cultivation, that's the punishment he deserves. If he hadn't harmed the people around me, I wouldn't have crippled him. Elder Liao's eyes widened, but he didn't say anything. Sigh. Murong, she sighed. Murong, she sighed. She stepped forward and stuffed a pill into Qiangu Yu's mouth. Then, she said to the students in the peace square, "It's fine now. You can all leave for today." Hearing the elder's words, the students could only leave in shock. They didn't even have time to turn around and look at the purple-robed youth with a broadsword on his back. That figure was extremely fierce. Especially when the kitchen knife fell, it was like a kitchen knife cutting a spear. It was like lightning and fire. Du Xiaofu, you should leave too. Wait for me at my place later. I have something to tell you. Murong, she transmitted her voice to Du Xiaofu's ear. No one else could hear it. Du Xiaofu's eyes widened. He then signaled Ouyang Shuang and Li Shui to leave. You two go first. I'll leave later. Li Shui looked at Du Xiaofu and Ouyang Shuang with a bitter smile. I'm sorry. I was a little too heavy-handed. Du Xiaofu looked at Li Shui apologetically. He was afraid that Li Shui had something to do with Qiangu Yu's destruction. When the time came, there would definitely be a rift between the family behind Qiangu Yu and Li Shui's family. If there was a serious conflict, Li Shui would naturally be in trouble. You can't be blamed for this. He brought it on himself. I tried to persuade him, but he didn't listen. Li Shui smiled bitterly. She had mixed feelings. Although she didn't have any feelings for Chang Guyu and was annoyed by his actions, she knew that Chang Guyu cared for her a lot. She didn't expect things to turn out this way, and it wasn't what she wanted. Du Xiaofu didn't say anything else. He nodded slightly and left the peace square with Ouyang Shuang. You were too heavy-handed. I'm afraid it will bring you trouble. You finally solved the problem of the academy. Ouyang Shuang raised her head and looked at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu looked at Ouyang Shuang. Looking at her beautiful face, he said softly, Was I heavy-handed? Who told him to touch you? I was already very merciful. Why are you so good to me? Ouyang Shuang suddenly looked at Du Xiaofu and raised her head slightly. Her beautiful eyes opened and a smile appeared on her lips. Du Xiaofu smiled. Because you're my sister. Aunt Shan told me to take care of you. Hearing this, Ouyang Shuang glanced at Du Xiaofu beside her. The corner of her lips curled into an elegant curve. Her limpid eyes were soft and carried with them some hidden bitterness. She then bit her red lips and her lips curled into a beautiful curve. My mother clearly told me to take care of you. I am your sister, who asked you to take care of me. Is that so? It's all the same. Du Xiaofu chuckled. Third brother, wait for us. At this moment, the voices of Sun Ji, Zhang Wei and Wu Qingfeng could be heard. The three of them hurriedly ran towards Du Xiaofu. Third brother, you're too awesome. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Sun Ji and the other two exclaimed. They were still shocked by the battle in the square. Du Xiaofu smiled indifferently. After that, the five of them left, laughing and chatting. After a few hours, Du Xiaofu went to the king-scaled demonic tiger's place of seclusion. These days, Du Xiaoqing had been watching the king-scaled demonic tiger refine its blood essence. When she saw Du Xiaofu, her face was filled with bitterness. She was bored to death. These days, she could only cultivate on her own. In the valley, the king-scaled demonic tiger was still roaring from time to time. It seemed that the king-scaled demonic tiger's blood essence was not easy to refine. Its body was also suffering from some kind of great pain from time to time. However, compared to the beginning, it was getting better and better. After comforting Du Xiaoqing for a while, Du Xiaofu left the mountain at dusk. Thinking of Murongxi's message, Du Xiaofu was about to go find Elder Murongxi. However, he did not expect that Elder Murongshi had already stopped him halfway. It was as if Elder Murongshi had been waiting for him on the way. At dusk, the setting sun seemed to roll in the golden-red clouds. A red fireball flashed with golden edges, bursting out 2 or 3 blazing sparks, then sank behind the mountain range. You didn't go easy on Xinguyu. On a mountain peak, Murongshi said to Du Xiaofu with his back facing him. Du Xiaofu looked at Murongshi's back and frowned. He was the one who attacked my people first. Naturally, I won't be polite. Qianguyu's family is extraordinary. Although they can't compare to the Gu clan or the Jiang clan in the Stone Dragon Empire, they are only second to the Wang clan. If you have the opportunity to meet them in the future, be careful. On the mountain peak, Murongshi retracted his gaze from the setting sun. He gently waved his fan as he looked at Du Xiaofu. However, he did not have the slightest intention of blaming Du Xiaofu as he said, if you cripple 2 self-righteous fellows, then so be it. However, this is an academy after all. I didn't break any rules this time. Is the academy targeting me again? Du Xiaofu frowned. What do you mean the academy is targeting you? Murongshi glared at Du Xiaofu and said, of course you didn't break any rules this time. However, you were too ruthless to your classmates. It's fine as long as I didn't break any rules. In any case, I don't offend anyone. If anyone offends me, don't blame me for being impolite. Du Xiaofu didn't mind. He always followed the principle of, don't offend others. Murongshi sighed as he looked at Du Xiaofu. This brat was much more ferocious and cunning than that bastard Du Tingxian. If he provoked him, he would be in big trouble. What do you think of Elder Liao? Murongshi suddenly asked Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu was startled. Elder Liao seemed to be targeting him everywhere. However, in the dark forest, Elder Liao had risked his life to save him. Today, Elder Liao was quite cold. Du Xiaofu didn't know what to say for a moment. Murongshi looked at Du Xiaofu and said softly, when you first came to the academy, there were no exceptions to the rules. Nobles were the same. If you were late, you couldn't enter the academy. If Elder Liao really didn't let you enter the academy, do you think you could? However, you seem to have misunderstood. You thought that Elder Liao sent you as a registered student to vent his anger on a brat like you. After pausing for a moment, Murongshi continued to speak to Du Xiaofu, if you really think that way, then you are too naive. If Elder Liao really wanted to attack you, then there wouldn't have been so many elders who spoke up for you when they decided to attack you. After you caused a huge disaster, Elder Liao suggested that you go to the Dark Forest and Dark City to take back the mysterious spirit Heavenly Vine and capture the Ghost Claw. It seemed like he was deliberately making things difficult for you, but in fact, Elder Liao was secretly following you and protecting you all the way. Looking at you today, it seems like you're still estranged from Elder Liao. If your father, that bastard Du Tingxian, were to find out, he would definitely not let you off. Do you know who Elder Liao is? Chapter 376. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. He lifted his eyes slightly to look at Du Xiaofu and said, Elder Liao. As far as I know, other than Ouyang Ling and Yuan Shanshan, your father was also close to 2 other people back then. One of them was Elder Liao. Murongshi said to Du Xiaofu, Elder Liao and your father were friends who had risked their lives during their training outside the academy. Your father once saved Elder Liao's life, and Elder Liao had also blocked a blade for your father. 17 years ago, when your mother was giving birth, your father was besieged by the experts of your mother's clan. Only Elder Liao was by his side. In order to protect you and your mother, Elder Liao was seriously injured and fell off a cliff. Your father probably even thought that Elder Liao had died. Elder Liao managed to survive, and when he returned to the academy, he was on the verge of death. Although he recovered later on, in these 17 years, his cultivation has not improved at all, and there are still lingering injuries on his body. As he finished speaking, Murongshi looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Now, do you still think that Elder Liao will purposely attack you?" Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled, and he remained in a daze for a long time. The evening mist grew thicker and thicker, and the darkness of night gradually pressed down on the entire mountain range. Between the mountain ranges, in the meandering rivers, the water surface was as black as ink. The golden ripples that had been tainted by the reflection of the setting sun had long since faded away by the darkness of night. On the majestic mountain peak, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of a mountain courtyard. Gazing at the mountain courtyard, his gaze trembled slightly. He wanted to enter, but his steps seemed heavy. "What, you've been standing here for so long? Do you want me to come out and welcome you?" A voice rang out from the courtyard. As the voice faded, an old man in his 50s appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. Although he looked to be in his 50s, he was actually not that old. Logically speaking, he should be in the prime of his life. However, this old man had many wrinkles on his forehead and some stubble on his face, making him appear rather old. However, his eyes were extremely bright, and in this night, they seemed even more profound. This old man was the Academy's Elder Liao. "Greetings, Uncle Liao." Looking at the old man in front of him, Du Xiaofu bowed deeply and did not get up for a long time. Elder Liao looked at Du Xiaofu and was stunned for a moment before he regained his composure and said to Du Xiaofu, "You don't have to be so courteous. Did Mu Rongshi tell you that?" Du Xiaofu straightened his body slightly and nodded his head slightly, tacitly agreeing. "It's been 17 years in the blink of an eye. You've grown up." Elder Liao's gaze became gentle. His eyebrows drooped, and his face was kind. He looked at Du Xiaofu, and there was some sadness in his eyes. He seemed to be a little moist as he softly said, "When I first saw you, I knew who you were. You resemble your father too much. You and your father must have had a hard time over the years." "I used to have a lot of." Before Du Xiaofu could finish his words, Elder Liao interrupted him. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "You've already called me uncle, isn't that enough? Just don't cause any trouble in the academy in the future. For example, Qiangu Yu's family is extremely powerful." "Yes," Du Xiaofu nodded. He looked at Elder Liao, who had blocked a blade for his drunkard father and was on the verge of death in order to protect his family. Du Xiaofu's heart was filled with complicated emotions. He had actually thought that Elder Liao was deliberately targeting him. "Why are you so honest now? You don't seem to be an honest person." Elder Liao looked at Du Xiaofu in surprise. He was not used to Du Xiaofu's honest appearance. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly and did not say anything. "How has your father been these years?" Elder Liao asked. In the pitch-black night, the moon was dim and the stars were bright. On the mountain peak, Du Xiaofu told Elder Liao a lot about his drunkard father's situation in the past 17 years. Du Xiaofu asked Elder Liao about many things in the past, mostly about his drunkard father and mother. "Uncle Liao, who were those people? What was their relationship with my mother? Why did they want to separate our family?" Du Xiaofu looked at Elder Liao. His clear eyes trembled. His resolute and determined face revealed a fierce expression. "Your father didn't tell you because he had his reasons. In fact, I don't know much." Elder Liao looked at Du Xiaofu and listened to the situation of the father and son in the past few years. He sighed and said, "If you really want to do something, then work hard to cultivate and become an expert. There are some things that others are born with, but you have to fight for them. Absolute strength is the capital to fight for it. There is no such thing as fairness. Perhaps this is the fate of you and your father." "I understand." Du Xiaofu took a deep breath. A fierce expression flashed in his eyes. "It won't be long before the Tianwu University. Try to get into the top 10. Even though you destroyed Changguyu today, it doesn't mean that you will be able to get into the top 10. Many people are strong enough to get into the top 10. When the time comes, there will be many dark horses. Elder Liao said. The next morning, the sky was slightly bright, the morning breeze was gentle, and the morning light was faint. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared outside the heavenly martial seal realm. He looked at the enormous mountain and the spotless ancient stone gate. His gaze moved slightly. The interior of the ancient stone door was hazy, and one couldn't clearly see what was inside. There was only an ancient aura slowly spreading out from the hazy space within the stone door. It was unknown how many years the Heaven Martial Talisman realm had stood there. The ancient aura was boundless and it made people feel reverence from the depths of their soul. Beside the ancient stone door, Du Xiaofu once again saw the large man who should be guarding the Heaven Martial Seal stage. He was still lying on a large rock beside the stone door and dozing off. He looked to be in his 40s and had a head of black hair that draped over his shoulders. His appearance could not be considered handsome, but his face was very clean. Du Xiaofu took out his points card and entered the Tian Wu Seal realm. Du Xiaofu's points card had been reset to 0. However, after capturing a guy on the bounty list in the dark forest and capturing the ghost claw, the academy didn't reset his points. More than 600,000 points were in Du Xiaofu's points card. The main reason was that the reward for capturing the ghost claw was higher. Just as Du Xiaofu entered the stone door of the Heaven Martial Talisman zone, the middle-aged man on the stone slightly opened his eyes. The light in his eyes slightly moved on his clean face. He changed his posture and then continued to sleep. Within the hall of the Heaven Martial Talisman region, as Du Xiaofu strode in, the hazy edges of the stone door instantly emanated rippling lights. Talisman markings fluctuated, and spatial rifts that were like waves of air extended out. After that, a dazzling light appeared, and an ancient and boundless aura was emitted. The floating light was misty and dazzling, and it caused one to not dare look directly at it. It was as if he had passed through space and time. When the dazzling light disappeared, Du Xiaofu opened his eyes. He was already standing in the center of the hall. The space around the hall was fluctuating and dazzling. 3 spatial ripples appeared in front of him. They looked like 3 spatial gates. They were the spatial gates of the comprehension, combat, and spirit realms. Du Xiaofu directly entered the comprehension realm. He wanted to comprehend it before the Tian Wu Seal realm started. Although he had easily defeated Qinggu Yu yesterday, Du Xiaofu knew that many of the people on the martial ranking were not to be trifled with. He had to enter the top 10 in this Tian Wu Seal realm. Therefore, he had to make some preparations. There were many separate spaces in the comprehension realm. Each space contained something that one wanted to comprehend. Demonic beast bones, the evolution of symbol arrays, the process of refining pills, the method of refining weapons, and the cultivation of martial skills. It all depended on the level of comprehension. Therefore, the points required were different. After stepping into the realm of enlightenment, Du Xiaofu once again appeared in the formless corridor of the Grand Tao. The surrounding space was emitting multicolored light, like the blooming of a comet in the void. Divine light covered the sky, and runes flickered everywhere. At first glance, many spatial ripples revealed the phantoms of demonic beasts, as well as fist techniques, palm techniques, sword techniques, blade techniques, and so on. There were also phantoms of array flags, spiritual stoves, and talisman cauldrons. The space was filled with mysteries. Rays of light flickered. It was illusory and blurry. The aura was ancient and boundless. Start comprehending. Du Xiaofu entered a spatial ripple that flickered with demonic beast phantoms. Following the fluctuation of the spatial runes, his figure also disappeared. As time slowly passed, the Tian Wu Seal realm approached. The entire academy was in an uproar. As for the experts who had the strength to enter the top 10, they had all disappeared. The absolute experts on the martial ranking hadn't shown themselves recently. It wasn't hard to guess that they had all entered seclusion to prepare for the Tian Wu Seal realm. As for the experts who knew that it would be very difficult for them to enter the top 10 of the Tian Wuxia realm, they didn't dare to relax. Even if they couldn't enter the top 10 of the Tian Wuxia realm, they still had to give it their all. The Tian Wuxia realm was also a big reshuffle of the martial ranking. The entire Stone Dragon Empire and even the surrounding empires were paying attention to the Tian Wuxia realm. If they performed well, it would naturally be beneficial for them in the future. During this period of time, there was news that the champion of the Tian Wuxia realm would be able to enter and comprehend for half a year. On top of that, he would also be able to obtain a weapon refined by Vice Principal Zhuge using the profound spirit Heavenly Vine as the main material. When the news spread, the entire Tian Wu Academy was shaken. When the news spread, the entire Stone Dragon Empire was startled. Chapter 377. A spirit weapon forged by Zhuge Qianbang was extremely rare. Not to mention that it was forged from the mysterious spirit Heavenly Vine, it was even custom-made. Its value was unimaginable. Rumors began to spread in the outside world, speculating that the spirit weapon Zhuge Qianbang planned to forge this time would not be inferior to the Thunder Dragon from before. Within Tianwu Academy, in the last 5 days before the Tianwu Conference, another major event occurred within the Tianwu Talisman Realm battlefield. Some students saw Du Xiaofu's figure enter the battlefield, and not long after, the battlefield began to tremble. Rumble. Within the battlefield's 4th level, space began to tremble violently as a vast pressure descended. Du Xiaofu, 4-star initial spiritual talisman master, using his mental power to destroy a mysterious pulse spirit realm demon beast. Du Xiaofu, 4-star initial spiritual talisman master, using his fastest speed to set up a 4-star Prometha talisman formation. Du Xiaofu, 4-star initial spiritual talisman master, with the strongest physical body. Du Xiaofu, 4-star initial spiritual talisman master, using his fastest speed to break through to the 4th level of the combat realm. Within the battlefield, Du Xiaofu relied on his outstanding mental power and physical body to continuously break through to the 5th level. Using his cultivation as a spiritual talisman master, he continued to set records, causing the battlefield to tremble endlessly. As the news spread, many students within the academy rushed to spread the news, and all of them were shocked. While everyone was discussing, Du Xiaofu walked out of the battlefield himself, and under the shocked gazes of many, he once again entered the battlefield. In just a few short hours, the battlefield once again trembled. Du Xiaofu, initial spiritual pulse spirit realm, using his fastest speed to break through to the 5th level of the combat realm. The entire battlefield was in constant turmoil. Du Xiaofu found that as long as he did something that no one had ever done before, he would be automatically rewarded with a new record. This made Du Xiaofu unable to stop. I'll let you deduct my points. The space inside the battlefield is about the same as the array glyphs, so I should be able to break it. That huge rock should be pretty good too, I should be able to break it. Du Xiaofu was not in a hurry to break through the 5th floor of the battle domain. Instead, he looked around. In order to make up for the imbalanced points he had lost last time, he decided to earn back all his points. Perhaps this would make him feel better. Du Xiaofu, early pulse spirit realm. His physical body is the strongest. He shattered the 5th level with his physical body. Du Xiaofu, at the early stage of the pulse spirit stage. His fist strength is the strongest, able to shatter a 103,000 gene boulder with a single punch. A moment later, a dazzling light enveloped Du Xiaofu in the 5th floor of the battle domain. Lines of runes flickered on the light screen as Du Xiaofu broke one boring record after another. However, Du Xiaofu's points skyrocketed because of these boring records. The points on his card were about to explode, which made the smile on Du Xiaofu's face grow wider and wider. Heavens, how many records did Du Xiaofu create? This is crazy. I can't remember. I wonder how many records he created. It said that when you set a record, you can get at least 1,000,000 points. Du Xiaofu's points must be terrifying. All the students in the academy were talking about Du Xiaofu. There was no doubt that not long after Du Xiaofu returned to the academy, other than crippling Guoming and Qian Guyu, he once again caused an uproar in the academy. That little bastard, is he trying to tear down the battle domain? Only a few elders were excited as they looked at the boring records left on the Battle Realm record board. That brat Du Xiaofu was simply trying to tear down the Battle Realm. That little bastard has always been brooding over his points. He's venting his dissatisfaction. Mu Rongxi smiled bitterly. It's about time. In the 5th floor of the battle domain, Du Xiaofu took a deep breath and looked at a towering mountain not far away. There shouldn't be much time left. Let's get ready to break through. Du Xiaofu mumbled. His expression turned serious as he walked towards the gigantic mountain peak. The closer he got, the more he felt that the mountain peak was terrifyingly huge. Du Xiaofu knew that there were a total of 4 stages on the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there was a howling sky demon tiger. It was at the Beast Marquis stage and had already been defeated by him once. This time, Du Xiaofu's target was a heaven-devouring dragon at the waist of the mountain. It was at the Beast Marquis stage mystery stage. There was also a demonic ape at the Beast Marquis stage Nirvana stage. As for the Martial Marquis stage expert at the peak of the mountain, Du Xiaofu wanted to test it out. However, he had to defeat the first 3 stages first. Roar! As Du Xiaofu appeared at the foot of the mountain, a howling sky demon tiger appeared in front of him. The howling sky demon tiger was over 100 feet tall. It was even bigger than the king-scaled demon tiger. The howling sky demon tiger was one of the top demonic beasts on the Earth Beast ranking. It was the closest to the Heavenly Beast ranking. It was extremely terrifying. You're here again. The huge howling sky demon tiger's eyes were cold and its body was extremely majestic. However, when it looked at Du Xiaofu, there was a hint of fear in its eyes. The howling sky demon tiger was destroyed by him last time. Du Xiaofu was not surprised to see it again. Everything here was still an illusion. Although the howling sky demon tiger was a half-spiritual creature and was not completely formed by the illusion, its body was still an illusion. It was half real and half illusory. After it was destroyed, it could be reformed. Not bad, I'm here again. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. When he faced the huge howling sky demon tiger again, his state of mind was different from before. He did not feel much pressure. You passed last time. This time, you might not be able to pass. Roar. The howling sky demon tiger's roar was extremely shocking. It caused one's soul to tremble. It was as if the mental strength in one's mind was about to be shattered. Its huge body circled around Du Xiaofu one step at a time. The howling sky demon tiger was about to pounce on Du Xiaofu. It was extremely ferocious. With every step it took, the ground cracked. However, under the effect of the illusion, the cracked ground began to recover. You can't stop me. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. He continued to let the howling sky demon tiger's shadow circle around him. His face was as calm as ever. When the howling sky demon tiger circled behind Du Xiaofu for the second time, it suddenly moved in a ferocious posture. Roar! The tiger's eyes were ferocious. The huge tiger's body directly pounced. Its huge tiger claws swept out like lightning. Dazzling symbols flashed, as if it could tear apart the sky. In an instant, it appeared above Du Xiaofu's head. You're not enough now. Du Xiaofu shouted in a low voice. He suddenly turned around, and a lightning-like light flashed in his eyes. His robe fluttered, and his aura was incomparably domineering. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and golden talisman patterns surged. His fist seemed to have grown eyes, and suddenly bombarded the tiger claw. His aura erupted like a volcano. Rumble. A terrifying muffled explosion sounded out. The huge howling sky demon tiger's claws were immediately shattered into symbols. Du Xiaofu's fist smashed it at the foot of the mountain. Continue. Du Xiaofu did not stop. His expression slightly changed as he looked at the mountainside of the huge mountain. His figure flashed and immediately flew into the sky. When Du Xiaofu defeated the howling sky demon tiger, it was a tough battle. He even had to use the pressure of the golden rock against the beasts. Coupled with his full strength, he was barely able to defeat it. But now, facing this howling sky demon tiger, Du Xiaofu did not need to expend much energy to defeat it. A moment later, on the mountainside, there was a cliff that seemed to be carved by knives and axes. Huge rocks were stacked on top of each other, like a stone forest. Du Xiaofu's figure flashed down and saw a huge dragon that was dozens of feet long. Its body was tightly coiled around a huge stone pillar that was hundreds of meters tall. Its entire body was dark green and its aura was terrifying. It was like the king of beasts. This huge dragon was the heaven-devouring dragon. In terms of bloodline level, it was definitely not inferior to the Xianyan scarlet dragon. Its aura is so strong. Du Xiaofu was slightly surprised. The aura of the heaven-devouring dragon was really extraordinary. It was much more powerful than the howling sky demon tiger. Kid, you may be able to pass the first round, but you may not be able to pass this round. Go down. The heaven-devouring dragon spoke in human language. The dragon's huge eyes looked at Du Xiaofu with extreme disdain and contempt. You'll know once you try. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes slightly. He waved his hand and clenched his fist. Golden talisman runes began to surge out from his body. His aura skyrocketed, and he immediately threw a punch at the heaven-devouring dragon. You overestimate yourself. The heaven-devouring dragon shouted. Its huge dragon body suddenly spun around like lightning. Its huge tail was like a heavenly pillar, carrying a terrifying aura that seemed to be able to shatter space. It suddenly collided with Du Xiaofu's fist. Bang! Du Xiaofu's fist was hit by the dragon's huge tail. It was as if his fist had landed on a hard steel plate. His arm was slightly numb. The physical defense of the heaven-devouring dragon was extremely terrifying, especially the small dark green scales on its body. It was like a natural protective armor. As if seeing that Du Xiaofu was not pushed back, the heaven-devouring dragon's expression was cold. Its throat slightly roared, and its huge body swooped down. On the dense dark green scales all over its body, runes surged. Its aura suppressed the sky, and it was about to crush Du Xiaofu. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.